of federations and their subjects. Globalization has two sides, internationalization and localization or regionalization. So internalization implies the emergence of something common for many countries, while localization and regionalization means the adaptation of this common by specific countries, peoples, and regions, and an increase in their role in the political and socio-economic life of the country. Federalism as a form of government or mode of government where there is a main or general government and unit government um, provides for the division of power between the center and the regions in the modern world and faces new challenges caused by globalization. Cross-border processes, economic integration, changes in the system of international relations, and the rapid development of new technologies and influence federal relations, posing new challenges for them and requiring a rethinking of traditional models of governance. And we can see it nowadays in our multipolar world. So, theoretical concepts of federalism traditionally focus on the principles of separation of powers, balance of interests over the center and subjects, protection of rights and of national minorities. However, globalization makes its own adjustments. Requiring a rethinking of traditional approaches. First of all, this is cross-border processes. Federal states face challenges associated with cross-border migration, trade, investments, which requires coordination of actions between regions and increased international cooperation. The second one, economic integration. Globalization stimulates processes of economic integration and creation of international organizations. Federal states must adapt their systems of governance to new realities and create mechanisms of interaction with international organizations. The third, changes in the system of international relations. Globalization changes the system of international relations. New centers of power appear and international organizations become stronger. Federal states need to adapt their foreign policy strategies to these changes and create mechanisms of interaction with new centers and power. Comparative analysis of federalism models in the context of globalization shows us that there are different models of federalism. So the federalism model in Russia has the following features. Asymmetric principle of federal structure, the divisions of subjects is carried out on two grounds, territorial and ethnic. Centralization and decentralization. Centralization means the concentration of powers in the highest authority, the federal center. Decentralization is the abolition or weakening of the sole functions of the center with the emergence of these functions in the authorities of the subjects of the Russian Federation, which have a certain independence. Complex or Matryoshka principle of the structure of the subjects of the Russian Federation. So leads to an imbalance in the distribution of powers between the subjects of the federation or territorial units. The federalism model in Canada, the presence of two levels of government, federal and provincial, with their own authorities and administration. And each of these levels has its own competence and areas of jurisdiction. The exclusive powers of the federation include more than 30 areas of activity, including national defense, maintaining and increasing the state treasury, providing postal services, banking regulation, and criminal legislation. The federalist model in Germany. So a federal republic with a more centralized model of government. Globalization affects Germany through its role in the European Union and the need to coordinate with other European Union partners. The German federalism model effectively implements the equality of the federal units. The German federal subjects have their own constitutions, parliaments, and governments. and the Federation may intervene only in exceptional cases provided for by constitutional norms. The federal model in India, so a federal state with a multinational population and a complex system of federal relations. Globalization affects India through its economic development and the need to integrate into the global economy. Modern India is an example of dualistic constitutional federation. It is noteworthy the Indian federalism, with initially cooperative and only later became dualistic. So there was no parallelism and autonomy in the activities of federal and regional authorities. And the federal center showed exceptional concern for the states and interfered in their affairs while being asymmetrical. Speaking about challenges to federalism in the context of globalization, we should say that globalization presents federal states with a number of challenges. And so the first one is loss of control over cross-border processes. So federal states cannot always effectively regulate cross-border processes such as migration, trade, investment. And in the context of globalization, there is a significant change in the system of international relations. So the range of participants in the international arena is expanding. The second one, conflicts of interest. So globalization increases conflicts of interest between the center and the regions, which can lead to the destabilization of federal relations. For example, in India, the latest wave of territorial reform of the country and the formation of new states, so this is Chhattisgarh, Uttaranchal, and then Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, and especially Telangana, has caused fears of increasing separatism, not so much for ethno-linguistic as for socio-economic reasons. The third one, so strengthening the role of international organizations. Globalization strengthens the role of international organizations and threatens the sovereignty of federal states, which may limit the decision-making power of the center and regions. So strengthening international organizations such as the World Trade Organization, such as the European Union, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and NAFTA put nation states in a position of limiting their actions and establishing new rules of the world order. The fourth one is digital transformation. So digital transformation affects all spheres of life, including federal relations. And new technologies require a rethinking of governance, regulation, and control mechanisms. So speaking about prospects for federalism in the context of globalization, we should say that despite the challenges, federalism has a number of prospects. The first one is strengthening regional autonomy. Globalization can contribute to strengthening regional autonomy and decentralization of power. The second one, developing international cooperation. Federal states can effectively participate in international cooperation, coordinating actions between the center and the regions. And the third one, innovation and development. So federalism can promote innovation and economic growth through a more flexible and accountable system of governance. Speaking about, so in conclusion, speaking about practical implementation of projects to strengthen federal relations in the context of globalization, we should mention four points. The first one, developing mechanisms for coordinating actions between the center and the regions, so creating effective mechanisms for interaction to coordinate policies in the areas of migration, trade, investment, and other cross-border processes. The second one, strengthening the legal regulation of federal relations, improving the legal norms governing federal relations, taking into account new challenges and prospects. The third one, developing mechanisms for interaction with international organizations, creating effective mechanisms for interaction with international organizations to coordinate policies and implement joint prospects. And the fourth one, creating information platforms and systems for data exchange. So, in conclusion, federalism in the context of globalization faces a number of challenges, but at the same time, it has significant prospects. Improving legal regulation, developing mechanisms for coordinating actions, interacting with international organizations, and using new technologies can help strengthen federal relations and ensure stable and sustainable development of federal states in the modern world. Thank you very much.
Uh, let's applause. Ivan, many thanks for your even in-depth analysis of contemporary problems of federalism. Dear participants, let's discuss the ideas that Ivan has already shared with us. Who would like to ask a question, please do not hesitate to ask any questions. Who would like to ask? Maybe participants online. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have some questions. Congratulations for your excellent presentations. But I have a question that is federalism and globalization both are uneasy partners? Is globalization affecting the structure and pattern of federalism? What do you think about it?
So I think that this is a modern process. We can see the how globalization affects federalism. So nowadays, this is the process that tends to be worldwide, and not only in Eurasia, but in North America, South America, Africa. And so your question was about concrete, yeah? A concrete process?
Yeah, it's is it affecting the structures or is it
Mm-hmm.
badly affecting? What do you think? Or it's helpful for building federalism?
As I have already told you, due to my material, there are some challenges that face countries, states, countries during this process of globalization. And also there are some advantages. And first of all, we can see it in as an example mm, of unity of Russia, the Russian Federation, and the Republic of Belarus, for example. So this is the partnership of two great countries. One of them is federation, and the other is not a federation. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, I got it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Sorry, colleagues, can I comment a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to thank so much Ivan for this excellent report, and I comment a little bit on what I had in this report, especially about comparison of some federalism models in India and Russia, as we know, and our participants from India, I suppose, will confirm. The federal institutions of India, the Indian Union, are very greatly influenced by Hindu and other traditions, by some moral and ethical aspects, and ethnic and linguistic factors. And when we speak about comparative legal analysis, we can find common features of federalism in Russia and in India. Both of our federations are asymmetrical, very large, very centralized in nature federations, and both our federations have a similar system of suprema fortis in subjects. But we have, of course, some different features. For example, ideologically, both our federations in India and in Russia are different, have different historical development, for example, moral management approaches, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course. As I have mentioned, as I have mentioned, that ethnic, um, linguistic, socioeconomic parts of this problem of federalism, of globalization, take part into in modeling our world nowadays, globalized world.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Well, dear colleagues, would you like to proceed asking questions or any comments if you'd like? You are welcome. Well, if no comments, many thanks, Ivan. Many thanks for enthralling start of our discussion, and I would like to move on. I would like to invite our next participant, Irina Strakhova, undergraduate student of the Faculty of Law, Lomonosov Moscow State University. The topic is Indian Supreme Court jurisprudence in the context of federal accountability.
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to talk with you about the practice of the Supreme Court of India in the context of such institution as federal responsibility. The previous year, I also was in this section, Comparative Federalism, and did a report connected with the institution of the federal responsibility both in Russia and India at whole. So I looked at this institution at whole. Not I didn't touch the question of the practice of the courts of India. And this year, I would like to observe two cases of the Indian Supreme Court and to show you some interesting facts. But first of all, I would like to show you some grounds and measures of the federal responsibility in India and to show you the specifics of these provisions. First of all, I would like to mention that that was quite a difficult way to collect all these grounds and measures because there is no one article or chapter in the Constitution of India which would be dedicated to such grounds and measures, and the only way you can find them is to collect them, to jump from one article of the Constitution to another, and they are being placed at the whole Constitution from its beginning to the end. So yeah, the positions are quite broad. And I would like for you to better understand such grounds, I would like to divide them into three groups, three parts. So let's name the such grounds as the failures, because the because any ground of the Institute of Federal Responsibility is the case of some extraordinary situation. So let's name them as failures. And I can divide all these failures into three groups, into three categories. First of all, the first one is connected with the problem in the sphere of laws. The second one is connected with some social factors, as I named them. And the third one is the broadest one, and as for me, the most dangerous one. Let's name it the failures. Such provision is in the Constitution, the failure of constitutional machinery. So I collected all of these grounds into three groups, and the first one, the failure of the sphere of laws. Here, in my opinion, here there are two grounds and two measures. The first ground is incompatibility of laws with fundamental rights or their derogation, and the second one is the conflict between laws passed by state legislatures and laws of the Parliament of India. The second group is the group which I named the failure of social factors, and here we can see quite a big quantity of the grounds and measures, because here we can include inequality of citizens' opportunities in matters of employment, or inadequate protection of communications equipment of national or military importance. Or we also can include public interests related to trade, commerce, and communications. Also shortage of goods in any part of India, and so on. So you can see that there is a particular social direction of all of these measures because they are connected with either with trade, goods, communications, and so on. And the last one, the most, as I said, dangerous group of measures is connected with the failure of constitutional machinery and some official posts in the state. Because, for example, I can provide such provisions as certain contingencies relating to the functions of the governor of the state. Also, this is here we can see such ground as failure of constitutional machinery, particularly in Delhi. Such provision is in the constitution directly. Also, such provision as failure of constitutional machinery in the states, so other states, not only in Delhi, and special grounds for the responsibility of governors of states, which are listed in the articles of constitution and are connected with the governors of particular states, for example, Gujarat, Nagaland, and so on. And so I would now, after observing the grounds of federal responsibility at whole, I would like to talk about the Supreme Court's practice in two cases, because the Supreme Court of India plays the key role in resolving disputes between different levels of government. But I would like to focus not on the pure argumentation, not on the like positions, but on developing approaches to in the context of federalism itself. So like some theoretical points. And the first case is dated in 1964 and named the State of West Bengal versus Union of India. And the key question of this case was whether or not India states have sovereign power. And what points I highlighted while researching this case. I saw that since the state, such interesting facts that since the states also have powers granted to them by the Indian constitution, it follows that the union will always have the upper hand over them in an emergency. And this case is the example of how the legislative authority of the union government interfered with the authority of the state government, so like the government of the union at whole. And I would like to show you some fabula of this case. This case involved a request for a declaration of some government act, the Coal Bearing Areas Act of 1957, which was passed by the Parliament of India. And the claimants said that the Parliament doesn't have the authority to enact laws which authorizing the acquisition of land of state. And the decision provided a clarification which regarded that the constitution rejected the sovereignty of the states and said that this sovereignty belonged only to the Union of India. So this decision actually said that union and states were not equal because there were two positions. And the majority of the judges said that union and states were not equal. And as the result, the court stated that states only have the authority to address local issues and enact laws. And when it came to the enactment of the laws for industrial, economic, and other union-related matters, it would be up to the union to handle it. And I would like to provide a direct formulation from the Constitution, which stated that, I citate, the Constitution of India is not truly federal in character, and it's not correct to say that all sovereignty is vested in the states. Quite interesting, I think. And now I would like to provide you the second case, which is rather controversial after the observing of the first one. This case is dated by 1994 and named Bommai versus Union of India. And its fundament is the Article 356, the ground of federal responsibility of which is the failure of constitutional machinery in the states. And the measure for this ground of federal responsibility is direct presidential ruling. So we can imagine the situation when, according to the formulation from the constitution, so we have the situation when the state government cannot function in accordance with the provisions of the constitution, and here is the measure for this federal for this federal responsibility, the direct presidential ruling. And again, according to the formulation of the constitution, the president may assume all or some of the functions of the state government, governor or other officer, or he may declare that all the powers of the state legislature may be exercised by or under the authority of the parliament, or the president may make such provisions as appear to it necessary. So this is, I think, the broadest provision from all of the grounds of the federal responsibility. And the Supreme Court of India has limited it in this well-known and landmark case, and said that the situation was, as I remember correctly, was connected with the paralyzed situation, like a big conflict between legislators, which finalized in the absolute paralyzation of the work of the system. And the court took a bunch of the questions to observe, for example, the extent of presidential powers, which I also mentioned under the measures of the federal responsibility, and the observance of the phrase which was given in the constitution. What does the phrase as a situation has arisen in which the government of the state cannot be carried on as the provisions of this constitution mean? As it was stated in the Article 356. And this decision finally placed a bunch of limitations on the ability of the government on the ability of the union itself to impose such measure as direct presidential ruling on the state, and the court basically ruled that this president's ability to actually remove the state government is not absolute. And the court said that states have an independent constitutional existence, and they play an important role in different spheres of life themselves. So like separated different parts which are separated from the union itself. They are neither satellites nor agents of the center. And the invasion of power in such circumstances is not a normal feature of the constitution, and the court said that such exceptions are not a rule, and the court repeated that the exception is not rule in many times according to the decision, according to the text. So here in conclusion, I would like to say that these two cases show absolutely different approach to the institution of federal responsibility, and show absolutely different theoretical aspects of the understanding of the category of federalism itself by the court. Because in their first decision, the court said that the Indian constitution is not federal at all. And in the second decision, it showed that, no, guys, we have we have federation. So yeah, I would like to show you the contradiction between these decisions, but yeah, I think it's it's connected with, because I think there would be some questions to me, why did this situation occur actually. I think it's connected with the historical circumstances, first of all, because as we know, Federation of India finally took shape when the constitution was adopted, so in 1950, and there was a whole bunch of factors which were the reasons to adopt the constitution. So that was the obvious strong influence of Britain, the very recently gained independence and fear of losing it again, and other social economic needs. So probably this court decision was more authoritarian than other ones, and the latest approach of the Indian Supreme Court shows that it provides more flexible approach to such a complex institution as the institution of federal responsibility. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks, Irina. I derived a great pleasure of listening to your well-prepared report as usual. Dear colleagues, dear experts, do you have any questions to our speaker? Yes, please, welcome.
Okay, may I?
Yep.
I would like to thank Irina to this excellent report. And I would like to add some things or clarify about as I know about existence of a quasi-judicial system in India, like traditional or religious system of judges in like parallel with the federal official system of courts headed by the Supreme Court of India. The first of these quasi-judicial organ is so-called panchayat courts in some villages that hear civil and criminal cases. These are special courts of village elders of the panchayat. This is a kind of lower level in context of quasi-judicial federal system. When the Sharia courts in federal India also have independent jurisdiction, like this, in parallel of federal courts. I know that some years ago, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, the Supreme Court of India adopted the new rule that the decisions of Islamic courts in India operating in this country have no legal force, and Muslims in India can voluntarily submit to the decision of the Sharia courts, which do not have the legal force or force of mandatory execution. And some years ago, the Indian Ministry of Law or Ministry of Justice, Law and Justice in federal government, has clarified that fatwas, like legal ruling on points of Islamic law, issued by Islamic institutions in India, like, for example, Sharia courts, are not valid under federal law of India. And this ministry has also clarified that the procedures to be followed by courts in deciding these cases are laid down exactly in the Indian Criminal Procedure Code and on articles of Indian Penal Code, not in Sharia rules or Muslim fatwas and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, other questions?
Yes. First, Ms. Arena, thank you so much for such a report. Actually, India is a complete new area of knowledge for me. So it was a great pleasure listening to you because you speak so well. So I agree that the concept of federalism, it was born in Western countries. Therefore, they are allowed to somehow influence and actually write down the criteria of the federalism. And therefore, such criteria as the equality of states, symmetrical federation, they are useful, but does a researcher really have to look at them when giving your attention to the federation? So you said, and I agree, that sometimes in real life the concept of federalism are not exactly being followed. So my question to you, because I'm genuinely curious, does that make India, the Federation of India, less of a federation? Just because they are, as you truly said, they adjust the whole concept to their historical, social conditions. And I mean, that's lawful and completely logical, because a theory is a theory. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to know your name to address directly.
Sophia.
Well, it's a great pleasure. First of all, I would like to say that I think it's the fundamental question, because we can address it not only to the category of federal responsibility, but to the category of constitutionalism itself. And I would like actually to give quite a broad answer, because I would like to readdress the question, because we can look at the category of federal. It would be easier to look at the category of constitutionalism. We can look at the category of constitutionalism at least in two ways. We can call it a universal category, and so it means that we have some like a bunch of universal factors which are being addressed to any country. And so, like, if the particular country is not it doesn't meet all of these factors, so we name it unconscious. Sorry, dyslexia. You understood me, yeah. And the second approach is that we do not say that constitutionalism can be itself the like a universal category, and so that there can be quite a lot of types of constitutionalism. For example, the African one, the Chinese one, or the Eastern one, the European one, the Russian one, and so on and so on and so on. So quite regional. And if we there's the second category, we can say that we have Indian constitutionalism, and so we can say that we have Indian type of the institution of federal responsibility. If we do not accept it, we should form some bunch of universal factors. That's it. And actually, it's a like a small tradition for me because in this section I traditionally ask the questions by myself firstly. So I would like to address the question for all of you, and I would like to ask what are the reasons for you, in your opinion, of such contradictory approaches of Indian Supreme Court, and can we explain such different approaches only by the historical reasons? As I said, that that was the adoption of the Constitution in 1950 and all of that historical, social, economic factors, or we can name any other reasons which are maybe more deep and connected with some doctrinal points. What do you think, all of you?
May I try to answer?
Yes,
So,
of course.
Well, I'm not a specialist in India, but as I see it, just based on your reports and the, common sense, as they say, I would say that, first of all, it's completely logical that in real life, any theory, it can be communism or constitutionalism, because actually, yeah, it's German in my head, I'm sorry. Last year, there was a conference where we discussed the nature of the constitutionalism. And as you said, what is it? A Western concept or a universal one? And everyone can adjust them. I don't think that I know about India, but as I maybe stop the subjects from interfering into the policy, I'm not sure if it's lawful, because as you said, it's against the constitution. And as they support their decision, it's not a rule, but an exception. Therefore, I guess it's okay to adjust the theory according to the state because, and as you said, it was adapted, the whole idea of federalism, only in the middle of the 20th century, yes, 1950s. So, of course, it's a very short time for any theory to actually be truthfully lawful and completely up to the paper. So they are doing it, and I guess the whole point that they have such a norm in their constitution, it's already progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophie.
Well, dear colleagues.
So
Welcome.
Could I speak out? a
Yeah,
bit?
welcome.
So it's quite contradictional because India contains more than 700 not regions but like administrative units, 28 territorial units, main units, and each of these units has its own history, first of all. So that's the complexity of our Russian constitution, just to gain all these territories, all these 89 units all together. And in India, it is more complicated because they had British Empire that imposed its power upon all the states. There was, there still is a great influence of Paki and Afghani peoples in the northern part of India. On the southeastern part, there is a Tibet and Palmyra, or not Palmyra, Pamir. Pamir, it is called in geography country, Pamir country, with its own legislature, with its own just orders and all that stuff. And if you compare all these regions and the decisions of the Supreme Court of India, you can see the complexity of implemented amendments in the constitutional amendments in the constitutions of each state. And the complexity is the historical part, the complicated historical part of the Indian history, first of all.
Yes, of course, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with the fact that this situation at whole is quite contradictory. So, yep, I also said about it, and I do not yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and that's what I said. But like, I don't think that it somehow makes the analysis more, I don't know. Yeah, like I agree with you. Sorry,
May I ask?
I didn't
May I say
sleep today.
something? Say something? May I say something?
Yeah, sure. Please, you're welcome, partner.
So I just wanted to say that India is only 75 years. So, and India's circumstances are very different from the European scenario, and the Indian Federation is neither formed by integration or disintegration. The formation of formation of India and the process of federalism is very different from the European side, and India's federalism is totally different. And first of all, our constitution, article number 1 says that it's a union of states. So the federations is very different from the paperwork, but there are a lot of features which are similar with Western federalism. But Indian federalism tries to hold its diversity. India adopted federalism because of its cultural and socio-economic diversity. India wants to hold this total federations together. And that's why in 1973, Keshavananda Bharati case, India said that the federalism is a basic structure of our Indian constitution. And we cannot change the structure of federalism in India. So I think everything is not on paperwork, but we are trying to figuring out, and we just wanted to hold the country together. So that's the theme of our federation is unity in diversity. So the term was coined by our first Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru in his Discovery of India book. So as India is a very huge, India has a huge diversity in terms of religion, caste, creed, in religion. So uh, so so there is a very big problem to accommodate these identities. So only federalism, I think, can solve this problem. So that's my point.
Thank you so much, Parna, for your comment. I would like to say that, yeah, I completely agree that, first of all, everything doesn't end on the paperwork, but I think it's simply a way of analysis and uh, there is nothing bad in comparing decisions of courts or text of the constitutions. And of course, while analyzing, we need to we need to understand different processes, reasons, historical and or from any other spheres. But that's simply a different type of analysis, and where we compare only the normative text. And this type of analysis is important in its own. So I don't think there is something bad in comparing texts of the decisions and of Supreme Courts. Like we, with my colleagues, we several minutes ago we talked about the reasons, and yeah, we include all of these factors, but analyze the text. I don't think this is a big problem. And yeah, I would like to agree with your comment about the diversity of Indian federalism and difficulty of Indian processes, because as I know, it would be more correct even to name India not like a Republic of India, but a United States of India, because of the comment you mentioned that India is the union of states. So yeah, thank you so much.
Many thanks, Irina, many thanks. Sophia,
you.
would you like, yeah, Parna, many thanks. Sophia, would you like to add something?
Not okay. Everything was said already, but just a very small question, just a little liquidation of my backgroundness. I'm sorry. So, what is the criteria of the federalism in India? Is it a territorial one or a national territorial?
Because it's connected with a bunch of reasons. But I think we should pay attention, first of all, on the linguistic criteria, because Indian Federation was formed on the linguistic criteria, not the like any criteria else. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
In 1956, through State Reorganization Act, based on linguistic identity, states were born and states were reorganized on the basis of language. But there are also other reasons like our tribal identity or ethnic identity. But most of the states in India are formed on the basis of language. But before independence, some states are formed. But after independence, some states like Telangana and others are based on language, and some states like Nagaland, Mizoram, where the tribals are majority. So these states are formed on the basis of tribal identity, mainly ethnic identity.
Thank you.
Dear colleagues, many thanks for enthralling discussion. Vadim, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I have one question to Irina, but I think I can address it to our dear guest, to Parna. Which option has the Supreme Court of India practice been leaning towards in recent times? So which of the two cases forms the basis for the modern understanding of a federation? First or second? Which one?
Yeah, I can answer, but I may give a word to anyone else.
Maybe Parna can.
Can you please repeat the question?
Which one of two cases is the basis to modern jurisprudence of Supreme Court? Which of this option?
I think SR Boumai case is in 1994 is the basis. I think
Yes,
so.
I completely agree with Pana, and yeah, if we divide the situation in such a simple and primitive way, yes, this is the basis of from the second case. It's the because the Supreme Court of India actually tries to point that India is the federation and all of these federal principles and so on. It uses and repeats it many times. Thank you.
So it's not just two cases, it's an evolution. I think it's a process. Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Most
Dear-
welcome.
Many thanks for the discussion. So, well, dear colleagues, let's move on. If you don't mind, I invite our foreign guest, dear Parna, Parna Gangali. I would like you to proceed our discussion. I invite you to speak. Parna is pursuing PhD from the University of Burdwan, Department of Political Science, Burdwan, West Bengal, India. The topic is concurrent list in India and its federal implication. So, Parna, you're welcome.
Yeah. Am I audible? 1 minute.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So my topic is the concurrent list in India and its federal implication. So first of all, I have some research questions. My first research question would be, so what is the role of Indian federalism in power sharing? How Indian federalism shares his power through its legislative power, its executive power. So what is the process of Indian federalism in power sharing? And next, I just wanted to comparative analysis. So what other federal countries, how other federal countries protect their concurrent powers? So in India, we call it concurrent list, but in most other countries like US, Canada, so there is concurrent powers. Okay. And so then my next question is that, is concurrent list useful for countries like India or not? So first of all, I just want to give a brief analysis what concurrent list means. So as we talk about that India adopted federalism. So after independence in 1950, we adopted our federalism. So the basic essence of federalism is that legal sovereignty of union government and its federal units or its regional governments. So there is a balance in India where union has its sovereignty as well as the federal units also has its sovereignty within their jurisdiction. So in precise way, I can say that concurrent list is a sphere where both central government and state government can make laws and rules and policies. So especially it's a sphere where both the government, central government and state government, coordinated with each other and give their respective opinions and thinkings and ideas so about the laws and policies. So this system is not only applicable in India, this system is also applicable in US, Canada, Australia, and many other countries. So in countries like Austria, Germany, in India, so they use this idea of concurrent list. So concurrent list is a very important, I think, for federalism because it distribute powers. The main theme of federalism is the distribution of power, and most importantly, concurrent list has a great role in distribution of power and in doing cooperation between the federal units and the regional units. So then I will move. What are the advantages of concurrent list? So what are the advantage? I think the first advantage would be that if we adopted or if we adopt the idea of concurrent list or concurrent power, then the whole system of federalism would be flexible, and we can distribute our powers through there will be it is a matter of federal importance. I think the distribution of power is the main theme of federalism. So if we adopt the principle of concurrent power or concurrent list, then the whole process or distribution of power would be flexible enough. And in the meantime, the central government as well as the state government can do their own work or own process, own decisions. Because at the same time, federal governments will give their important idea about it, and the state government also give their respective spatial circumstances, spatial opinions, because most of the themes like the terrorism or health or education or marriage or like that, those things are based on their regional identity. So I think concurrent list is very important because I think if concurrence is applicable, then we can get both the advantages of federal principle as well as the state government opinions. So through this, I think that this would be very helpful for any country. Then I will move. So sorry, yeah. So I think there are a lot of federations. There are 28 federations around the world. So most of the countries adopted concurrent power. So some countries adopted, but they have seen the concurrent power, concurrent list in very different way. So some countries like US and Australia, they exclusively their focus of federal jurisdiction is very limited. Okay, so very limited. But countries like Malaysia, Argentina, and Brazil, like those states are very much extensive to the federal legislature. They much more they are they mostly focused on federal legislature. But in countries like India, where we will focus on both constituent units like our regional government. Here we like Canada and US and India, we will mostly focus on the jurisdiction of the constituent units. Okay, so which are constitutionally defined. We were mostly depend on what constitution says, because India's constitution is one of the largest constitution in the world. So now I am just move to the next point, which is some definition of federalism. As we all debated about the issue, is India as a federalism or not? Yeah, we have debated it for a long time, but now I'm just wanted to say that. So normally, what does a federalism mean? So federalism means where there will be two sovereign units. One will be the central government and another will be regional government. So in the federal system, neither the federal government nor the regional government will subordinate to each other. Rather, they depend on the constitution. Rather, they will get their power from the constitution. And as our preamble says that we the people of India. So our constitution is for the people of India. So mostly the people of India are sovereign, and the legislatures means our respective prime minister and all, they are liable to the parliament and to the citizens of India. So, and I have said already that India's diversity is tremendous, and India has a lot. India is one of the largest populated country in the world, so its diversity is huge. So, Indian federalism and most of the federal countries focus on the unity in diversity, as India has a huge diversity in terms of language and caste and other ethnic identities. So, federalism mainly focuses on the idea of unity in diversity. And the main theme of federalism, which Ronald Ward says, that federalism advocated for a multi-tiered government which combines shared rule and self-rule. Shared rule which holds the country together, and through self-rule we can rule our regional government, provincial level units. We can run our provincial level system and at all. So this is the world map, and there are 28 countries around the world, and India is among it, so which adopted federalism. So in India, we have divided our constitutional power or legislative power through three levels. One is central government, our central government, and then provincial government. And within the purview of provincial government, there are some local authorities like municipalities, panchayats. Panchayat is for village areas, and municipalities for urban areas, and for huge big cities, there will be municipal corporations. So like that. So within from the constitution, central government have more power. Central government can rule all over the union, all over the India, all over India, and the provincial government can make rules for their state or union territory within its jurisdiction. And the regional, within the purview of regional government, municipalities and panchayats, they can make laws or rules or regulations for their respective areas. So now I will be talk about the distribution of power in India. So in India, we mainly distribute our power. Our constitution clearly says that Article 246, we divided our divided our power of legislative powers mainly to central government and state government. So, which is also mentioned in our 7th schedule, where we divide our constitutional power, mainly our legislative powers, where can we make laws such as union list, state list, and concurrent list. So union list means where central government can make laws, and when Indian Constitution was adopted in 1950, then originally it included 97 items, but now as of 2024, there are 100 items. And the list 2 contains regional government, where regional government or state government can make laws. Originally, it included 66 items, but as of now, it has 59 items. And the list 3 includes where both the central government as well as the regional governments can make laws. It includes 47 items, and at present, there are there are 52 items. So it's very important. So we can see that, clearly sees that after 75 years, not 75 years, after a few years of enactment of our Indian Constitution, in 1976, we added more 5 subjects to concurrently. So it is very important for for a country like India, that central government as well as state government both has some important common areas where they can make laws and rules and regulations. So I think central government makes some laws, and state government also have their opinions, and ultimately the state government have to implement it, because most of the areas are belong to the state, so the state government have to implement it. Okay, so then I will discuss the inclusion of concurrent lists. So as we all know that Indian Constitution was adopted in 1950, but the system, as we are a colonized country, so this, what are the system of power sharing in India? What are the process of Indian power sharing? we will we have decided that we will adopt federalism as, and at the same time we have think that we should focus on the division of power between three lists: union list, state list, and concurrent list. And this system was firstly adopted in 1935 Government of India Act, and but the system of Government of India Act was not fully adopted after independence. We have debated about what how our constitution looks like and what are the principle we will adopt. So for more than 2 years, 11 months, and 18 days, we were debated about constitution, and we have decided that uh, our concurrent list will inspired by the Canadian and Australian system. So our the idea of concurrent list is we have we have thought that our concurrence field is very important because in this sphere both the central government as well as the state government can make laws and rules. So it's a process where both the units, central units and federal units, are share their opinions, and they can cooperate with each other. And so here I will, this is the list. It's not the full list, but I have mentioned some of points which are, these are the important. So union list contains those issues which are related to security of the full nation, like defense, railways, our foreign policy, foreign trade, etc., etc. And the list contains basically to those areas which are solely depend on the states, like police, agriculture, and trade and commerce of within the state. And the concurrent list is very important because it contains such issues like education, forest, and in those spheres central government and state government both have some opinions, and they share their opinions and take the decisions about it. So next, I will move to US Federation. So in US Federations, they have the same type of system like federal government, state government, and concurrent powers. So these are federal powers like war, security related issues, and in the state government they decided their rules of educations, interference, commerce, etc. But US has those provisions like where both central government and the state government can make laws like public welfare, okay, taxes, etc., etc. Then I will talk about Australia. So in Australia, there were also 39 areas where federal parliament can make laws. So like defense and postal, etc., etc. And state parliament has also, but in Australia, there was a unique theme where the state parliament doesn't have any specific issues. If federal parliament give them any permission or responsibility, then state governments can make laws about those things. And but in Australia, there are concurrent lists where federal parliament and the state both have share their opinion, like education and environment. Next, I will talk about Canada. So in Canadian constitution, there are 23 items which are national interest and 12 items which are related to state, and only 3 items like old age pension, immigration, and agriculture. Both these spheres are related to concurrent list. So now I will be coming to the most important portion. What are the importance and significance of concurrent list in India? So I think concurrent list is very important for countries like India as it adopted federalism, and most importantly, the concurrent list of subjects give us a sphere where central and the units like regional governments share their uniformity. They can talk to each other and they share their opinions and they debated about the issue. And I think through this cooperation, we can get a great law or unique law. And about the importance of concurrent list, India's Joint Parliamentary Committee shows that not only in India, but also in other countries, concurrent list gives us a sphere where we can talk about some issues, and through this what I say through this it's a desirable that provincial legislature should make provisions as well as the state central government, so it makes the whole process very much uniform, and I think it's very important. And next, I will come to my conclusion. I think concurrent list is very much essential because as India has adopted federalism, so most of the countries, most of federal countries are adopted the idea of concurrent list. So I think as India is a federal country, I think India should go for concurrent list because the true spirit of federalism lies in the concurrent list, because concurrent list gives us the distribution of power where both the government can make laws and rules. So I think concurrent list is a common provides us a common interest where union and states uniformly make laws and regulations, and this will solve the problem of at the same time this will solve the problem of huge state autonomy, at the same time centralization. I mean, I just wanted to say that concurrent list would be very helpful for countries like India, because if we give more power to state governments, then state will become more at autonomy, and they just wanted to do secessionist movement and they wanted to separate from India or like that. And if we give central government more power in terms of legislative or executive, then it would be there will be a huge tendency for centralization. So I think it's very important for countries like India to adopt concurrent list, and it would help us to give a balanced approach, and this will lead us unity in diversity. I think so. Thank you.
Well, dear partner, many thanks for your detailed report. Dear experts, do you have any comments?
Yes, may I?
Yeah, sure. Please welcome.
Thank you. I am grateful to the dear partner for her brilliant performance and presentation. And of course, I agree with this main slogan or short slogan for India, unique federalism, like unity in diversity. I agree with you, of course. And I want to remain about the Constitution of India. In the text of this federal constitution, India is not directly called a federation, but only use the term union, Indian Union. This term union, I suppose, was taken, was brought in the middle of 20th century from the Soviet Constitution of 1936, named USSR, and from the construction of the Australian Union, and not by analogy with the British Commonwealth of Nations, which have a quasi-federation nature at the middle of 20th century and remains to our days. And once again, to maybe summarize, based on everything what we have heard in the previous 3 reports of our excellent speakers today, I would like to list some unique and important features of the Indian Federation. In my opinion, at least maybe 5 these important features of the model of Indian Federation. The first of all, it has a clear centralized character. And now this federation is a very complicated union, territorial, national, linguistic federation. The second, the Indian states do not have their own constitutions, except for the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But we know in 2019 lost its autonomous status due to the amendment to Federal Constitution of India. The third features of the model of Indian Federation, the Indian states do not have their own citizenship, and the territories of state can be changed without their consent by federal government, as we know, as we will see in the commentary of text of Constitution by decisions of the Supreme Court of India. The fourth feature, in India, very actively applied and extensive a system of measures of federal interventions in the affairs in the sphere of competence of the states. And finally, legally or formally by text constitution, but not in fact, not in reality, real life, there is a single judicial system of India headed by the federal court. But this last point, this last unique feature of Indian Federation was just mentioned to us by the respected dear Parna, during her report. Namely, she reminded for us that the 42nd Amendment Act 1976 shifted from the state list to the concurrent list the major power, I mean administration of justice and power to organization of all courts in the Indian subjects of federation, except of course the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Many thanks. Yeah, you have a question, please, welcome. Barney, I'm sorry, I'm deeply sorry. Barney, would you like to give some comments?
Thank you for your comments.
We may proceed if you don't mind.
Yes, Parna, I'd like to thank you for your report because you have really splendid English. It's very understandable. Yes, I have a question. In India, in Constitution of India, there is a concurrent list, but also there is a list of joint competence. You know, in other countries, in other constitutions, for example, in the Constitution of Brazil, we have like the 23rd article that names joint competence, and then we have the next article that names concurrent competence. In India, there is only concurrent, but in other countries, maybe you comment on it if you know what's the difference.
Okay, I think concurrent list is very much very important because in joint sphere, it's obviously the rule of central government will be imposed on other state, because in India also there is a provision called residuary powers, where the list the topics which are not covered under the central list, state list, and concurrent list, which are directly goes to the central government. But I think most of the topics are covered within these topics, but some topics are missed. So these powers are directly goes to the residuary powers. This residuary powers where goes to the central government, and you have talked about joint competence. So it's a joint competitions, and I think it's more similar to concurrent list. I haven't read about the joint competence yet. So I will check up and make a note about it in my writing, but I haven't read about it just so.
Okay, so a question, please. Vadim, please, welcome.
Thank you, dear partner, for brilliant presentation. I have one question. In case State Bombay versus Balsara, 1951, the Supreme Court of India formulated a doctrine of piths and substance, which allowed to belonging of power to be found on a case-by-case basis. The question is, two criteria for such distinction is a patented one. As far as I'm aware, no such criteria have been developed in 1910s, but perhaps this doctrine has acquired clear in meantime, or is it still used? If not, what doctrine does Supreme Court use to determine the limits of parallelity of these powers in the lists of Indian Constitution, or if its doctrine still used, in what way? Thank you.
Okay, so these principles are not used in use. So Supreme Court mostly Supreme Court, as we all know, that it's independent judiciary. So here the topics which are which are on the debate of it's up to the central government, or it's on the state government. This debate because in our constitution, Article 131, Supreme Court clearly declares that if any issues arising between the central government and state government in a lawmaking process or something, then we can go to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will decide it, which principle we will adopt. And so it's basically depend on the decisions of the Supreme Court. Mostly in those cases like distribution of water or something. So because in these cases are the distribution of water or like cases, because it's more related to states. So in those cases, we can see that Supreme Court gave more power to the state governments, and some issues like terrorism or something like that. So in those cases, Supreme Court of India focused or give more power to the the central government. I think it's mostly depend on the decisions of the Supreme Court, because our Supreme Court is a supreme. Okay, so supremacy of the Constitution was established in India, and this is one of the characteristics of Indian federalism. So I think by the Article 131, through original jurisdictions, Supreme Court decided which government, means central government or the state government, can make laws. Or mostly we can see that some important issues central government have the control over the state governments.
Thank you. So can we named in this way this doctrine of pith and substance subsidiarity, in your opinion, in your point of view?
This is not valid. This is not valid, and this is not useful for useful in India. I think this is not used in India, and there is no update at all.
Thank you.
And there is no rules and regulations.
Dear colleagues, many thanks for the discussion. If you don't mind, we may move on. And we Yeah, sure. We have our foreign guest, Harihar Bhattacharya. Uh, Dear Harihar, we welcome you. Harihar has a PhD in political sciences, professor of the Department of Political Science, the University of Burdwan.
I'm glad to see you, dear Professor Bhattacharya.
Hi, hello. Yeah, I'm very happy to see you also, Vadim. And thank you for the invitation, for your encouragement. And I'm really amazed to see your organizing capacity to get the people across the globe. And I was actually traveling whole day to a different city. Just got back after driving about 4 hours. So maybe I'm not at the right, with the right mind. I just have to organize my thoughts to share with you. But if you do not want me to say straight away, I can wait for a while other people can talk. What is your plan? Or you want me to talk now? I mean, that should not be a problem for me.
Yeah, dear Professor Bhattacharya, we would be grateful if you could start your report right now.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Then I'll speak about 20 minutes. Is that all right for your time scheduling?
Yeah, everything is all right with our schedule. Please welcome. We are waiting for your report.
All right, okay then. Well, thanks very much. As I announced, I will speak about mostly about my own area of research over the last couple of decades, that is on comparative federalism. My specific theme within that project is colonial and post-colonial federalism in comparative perspective. Before I get directly into my presentation, I would like to stress a couple of things. First is that federalism, of course, is a very diverse concept. I mean, once upon a time, there was some kind of a consensus about the US model of federalism, but that consensus has been broken into pieces, I would say, and now the very concept has been federalized, if you like, in responding to sociocultural diversity, territorial diversity, and other kinds of diversity across the globe. When we keep in mind the original impetus of federalism, that is a classical federal model, we are perhaps all aware, and you people would be more aware of it, that there was this, Judeo-Christian theological tradition, that is the covenantal federalism. That is to say, kind of a trust, a contract, a compact between man and God, and then beyond that, between other corporate bodies. But we would be surprised that federalism, federal idea, federation have been quite successful in other parts of the world, in the non-Western world, particularly since the Second World War, in the process of decolonization in our parts of the world. Now, how this happened? For example, we consider India as a success model of federalism with a lot of qualifications, of course, but it has been recognized globally as a successful model of federalism. But we are all surprised that we do not have, or we did not have any such covenantal tradition, covenantal intellectual tradition, and its diversity, religious diversity, is mind-boggling. If we take the majority religion, that is Hinduism, that also defies any precise meaning. Those who live within the country, we know that it could mean anything to any person. So there is diversity, immense diversity, but there is no such thing as this covenantal dimension, the compact contract, that kind of thing simply does not exist. Now, how this has been possible? If we look very shortly at the trajectories of federalism post Second World War, we see that actually the Swiss in 1874, when they for the first time amended their original constitution, they in a way showed the way for many third world post-colonial countries, when they said that diversity is not a problem, it is an asset, and one can have a state within diversity by recognizing diversity, and it is also not necessary that a nation state has to be based on cultural homogeneity. So this diversity idea, recognition of diversity idea, and its link with federalism, that was quite inspiring for the rest of the world. In the post-colonial period, the most important original impetus was an intellectual, or rather a political tradition developed during the colonial rule. It happened in India, also naturally in Pakistan, in Malaysia, and some other parts of the colonial world, where the colonial powers, particularly the British colonial powers, they left a lasting impact, a kind of a template about federalism. Although in their own country they were and still remain unitary state, but they not that they believe in federalism per se, not that they believe in diversity, protection and maintenance of diversity. On the contrary, if we look at the constitutional development during British rule in India, I have in mind one major pieces of constitution, that in 1946, Cabinet Mission Plan and the Government of India Act 1935. So they actually suggested a federal model, not between or among ethno-territorial groups, but rather between two religious groups, Hindus and Muslims, and which in India, it was vehemently opposed by the nationalist leaders, by the Congress leaders, mainly Congress leaders. They vehemently opposed that a federation cannot be built on the basis of religion. So they rejected the proposal, but got some idea about how what could be done that was more perfect, more adaptive, and eventually what happened during the making of the Indian Constitution between 1946 and 49, they actually drafted.
Partner, I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it's some technical things perhaps. Indian constitution makers in their Constituent Assembly, all indirectly elected representatives, they drafted the constitution, and I think it was a unique constitution, federal constitution, that was made, because half the time the members of the Constituent Assembly, they were ministers. They were administering the country already during the British rule in the interim government, and in the afternoon they brought back their insights, experiences while drafting the constitution. So our constitution became very detailed constitution, because they could plug in many of the loopholes that could arise. So in any case, they model a federalism that was secular and democratic. And the essential spirit of the federal idea, to keep in mind the writings of Daniel Elazar and Ronald Watts, that is a combination of ethnic self-rule and shared rule. I mean, shared rule at the national level for common general purposes and regional ethnic self-rule for regional purposes. So this was the combination. And in India, such combination was introduced, and it proliferated after 1950. The structure became continuously differentiated at multiple levels of the polity: national level, state level, below the state, sub-state level, village level. So at various levels, it's a kind of a multiple matrix structure where you have little government, little or bigger government with limited autonomy at different level. But in all cases, it has been the accommodation, recognition and accommodation of ethnic diversity, not religious. Because once it was declared a secular state, religion became the individual's fundamental right. So religion was separated. In a country which did not have this tradition before, so ethnic self-rule to accommodate diversity, ethno-regional, ethno-territorial, aboriginal diversity, I mean, to accommodate the aboriginal people, and we have quite a lot of them, currently about 14 million spread all over the country. So this continuous accommodation of diversity and giving them self-rule. So if I may point out here, one of the keys to the success of this experiment at different levels is democracy. The ethnic rule is not the rule by some ethnic zealots. It's a rule by the people, because one ethnic leader, he may get elected in the first instance, but may be rejected in the next election. So they have to achieve power, and they are responsible to the people. At every level, after every 5 years, elections are to be held. So that's how democracy remains the silver lining in the whole process of this complex governance. And that also remains the success, key to the success of India's democracy and Indian federalism. So Indian federalism would not simply succeed without its democracy, and vice versa, because federalism itself also is a democratic instrument. This did not happen in the case of Pakistan, for example, which I have written extensively elsewhere. And Pakistan also has similar diversity. Although it is said that it is an Islamic country, but Islam hardly united the people of Pakistan, because the basis, the religious basis why Jinnah, founder of Pakistan, demanded Pakistan was Urdu. Urdu being the national language of the state, a language which is not spoken by the people. For most Pakistanis, Urdu is a foreign language, because they are more marked by ethnocultural diversity, like the Pakhtun in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, like Sindh, like Balochistan, like Punjab. They're all strongly based ethno-territorial identity, and they are demanding self-rule for many, many decades. But it did not succeed, because it was a military rule for most of the time. And democracy is very fledgling in Pakistan. Despite recent amendment, 18th Amendment in 2010, which actually devolved a lot of powers to the provinces, but it has not been implemented because of the same reason. In Malaysia, it's a different story. Colonial federation model, they had a colonial federal model. That was the original inspiration. That was the original template. But after 1956, when the country became independent, they already had some experience under British colonial rule of some power sharing between the peninsular states. But eventually they evolved, and eventually they also integrated two Borneo states, Sabah and Sarawak. And it's a 13-state federation. I would not say it is a very democratic federation, because the Malay domination is like, which is said in German, Staatsvolk. The Malay, they are the dominant ethnic group, so they also dominate the federation, but they also hold elections. And because of their economically very rich position, they actually survive despite a very strong, very authoritarian model of federalism. And Malaysia, again, it's majority Muslim country. Chinese are the second largest minority. There are also Indians, Aboriginal people. So they have some tension in recent times, because the Aboriginal people, Borneo state, they found out that much of their resources are being drained out by the national government. So it's a question of bargaining, a lot of tensions, you coordinate, you balance. But on the whole, it has held itself together. It is also relatively successful, not like India, but India at the same time is too big a country. It's like a continent. So therefore, we would not measure India and Malaysia in the same scale. So all in all, what we find is that federalism has acquired in a very different historical, cultural, social context, a different kind of meaning. That is to say, to federate. To federate would mean, in the days of US federalism and period since, to federate means perhaps to leave some powers of the constituent units to form a federal central government. So that was the impulse in the case of the US Federation, same in Swiss Federation in 1848, which mostly modeled on the US model. But to federate means in India has been different. In the Indian case, to federate means you more and more decentralize. That is to say, when the colonial powers left India, we had a huge territory and a very centralized state structure. So building federalism in India meant, to federalize means you decentralize. So decentralization has a different meaning in the context of Indian federalism. It's actually building or creating and recreating new states. So our states, the federal units, they are actually the product of federalism rather than the other way around. There was no pre-existing states, unlike US or Swiss or Australia or Austria. So here the states were created by the center, by the federal structure, and that was because of the heavy strength, the bottom-heavy diversity, that you could not govern the country. It could have disintegrated had the ethnic groups not given autonomy, regional autonomy and powers. So that's how federalism in India has meant more differentiation, more decentralization, based mostly on ethno-territorial diversity. So this is a different kind of experiment in the post-colonial world. From I do not know about your country. I mean, before, when it was USSR, why they adopted federalism and why it did not succeed. But one thing in comparative perspective, perhaps, if I dare to say, is that perhaps democracy was lacking. Democratic competition, election, difference of opinion, those things perhaps were lacking. But I am not an expert on the USSR. but this is my impression, because in India, we have found out that despite limited resources, people have a voice. They change the government, elect and re-elect another government. So there is this mechanism, how power is distributed, how center is held responsible, and how decentralization takes place. So all in all, federalism here has served a completely different purpose. It was not any defensive alliance like the US. It was actually holding a vast country together in the midst of democracy and complex ethnic diversity. Thank you very much. I think that was only a very general outline. If you have any queries or questions, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Well, dear Professor Bhattacharya, many thanks for your in-depth analysis of an unusual question that you have raised. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions, maybe comments? You're welcome to share with us your brilliant ideas. Dear experts.
Yeah, may I?
Yeah, sure, welcome.
Thank you. I would like to thank the Professor Bhattacharya of my heart for this very deep and professional analysis. Many thanks. And I have a small addition and maybe some comment I want to say about the renaming of the Indian Federation, what was proposed some minutes ago by our speakers in these sections. We talk about the naming, maybe more closely the nature of Indian federalism, like the United States of India, proposed by one of our speakers. I must remind for all of us that in India, since middle of 20th century, they have been actively developing the Hindutva movement, the nationalist movement, whose representative insist on returning to the historical name of India, not like Indian Union or Indian Republic, but like in Sanskrit, Bharat, the renaming or branding of the official name of Indian country, like Bharat, not the Indian Union as it was in English. And this dual name, Bharat and Indian Union, is also indicated and indicated in the text of the Constitution itself. That is this Hindutva movement, national movement of decolonization of the constitutional model of federalism, also, and Westminster model of governance, and other examples of British Empire tradition. We seen the beginning of this movement to rebrand the country as Bharat, which is considered more ethnically correct, I suppose. I think this name Bharat consists with the historical nature of India and citizens and people. In this year, in 2024, three decolonized codes, legal codes, came into force at once. Three federal laws came into force. They replaced the previous English colonial versions of the codes. I mean the Criminal Code, New Criminal Code of India, New Criminal Procedure Code, and New the Evidence Act of 2024. Now they are renamed. And in the official title of these three codes, we have just now Sanskrit terms. For example, if earlier the Indian Penal Code was called in the British manner in English, title, and now it is called more traditionally with use of Sanskrit terms, and this code named now Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Here's the word Bharatiya means the traditional name of India, Bharat, and the term Nyaya means criminal law, I suppose. This translation is correct. And finally, the term Sanhita means essentially a collection of laws or a legal code. Okay, thank you very much, especially for Professor Bharat Charya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They are very, very good, very relevant and original questions, and quite thought-provoking. If I now respond to it, you see, as far as the naming of the Indian Federation was concerned, it was discussed in detail in the Constituent Assembly of India. So there were suggestions, you said, about United States of India, and then there was suggestion for Federal Democratic India. So those things were discussed in the Constituent Assembly, and the makers of the Constitution, they opted for the Union of India rather than the United States, because in those days, the states would imply not only the British provinces like Bengal, Bihar, and others, Madras, but states in those days meant 560 kingdoms. That is to say, when the British left, India inherited two kinds of territories. One was the provinces, 11 provinces, two went over to Pakistan, and 560 princely kingdom, I mean, feudal autocracy, if you like, of different sizes and complexions. So states in those days meant those kingdoms. So therefore, in 1950, when the Constitution was launched, the final character of the territory of India was not settled. It was a temporary kind of arrangement, so that in 1950, we had three types of states: A state, B state, C states. A states were provinces with more powers. B states actually were various federations of states. So there were some state 10 or 12 kingdoms placed under one union. So there were unions of states in 1950, and there are some small states, they were called Part C state, which were kingdom, a small kingdom. So this whole picture about this territorialization of the federation, naming of the units, they actually took a major transformation in 1956 after reorganization of Indian territory. So therefore, it was difficult at that stage to state union of states, because many of the states were still not born. I give one example. In 2024, I'm sorry, state of Telangana was created, 2014. But then how one could say that that name was to be included as United States of America, which did not exist that way, as we say about US. So, and the state making in India, state making is still continuing. It's a process not yet completed, because there are more demands for more states from different parts of India. Hindutva movement, it is a big challenge. The Hindutva people, Hindutva party, theoretically, ideologically, doctrinally, it is not pro-federal, I would say anti-federal. because this party does not believe in differences. It does not believe in diversity. But one will say, then how come they are winning elections at the state level, winning and also getting defeated? Because of the compulsions of party politics, compulsions of power, and they cannot, by a majority in parliament, they cannot change the Indian Federation, because perhaps you are more aware of it as legal scholars, that we have a very landmark judgment of the Supreme Court of India in 1973 called Basic Structure Judgment, when the court decided that there are certain issues in India, certain principles of the constitution, like federalism, like democracy, like fundamental rights, that are basic structure, part of the basic structure of the constitution, which the parliament by law cannot amend. So federation, federalism, democracy, these are all part of the basic structure. So they are almost cast in stone now. So even the Hindutva party, which is, as I said, very Unitarian, I would say anti-federal theoretically, they cannot do much about it. So they also get elected, they also acknowledge defeat. Now about Bharat and India, this duality, actually India and Bharat, both are in a sense indigenous. Not just Bharat. Bharat is a very old Sanskritic term used in the literary text. Well, I think back in 10th or 11th century in the Hindu text, literary text, Sanskritic writings. India is not a name that is given by the British, because it grew out of the concept of Indus civilization. Originally, Indians were not known as Indians or Hindus. That was the civilization which was built around the 7 rivers, Sapto Sindhu it was called. So this term Indus actually became eventually Hindus. And the term India also originates from that geographical part historical connotation. In the constitution, I admit that this duality, India that is Bharat, and why not Bharat that is India? Why should be 2 names which actually do not carry the same meaning? So this duality was there, originally was there, but even if one calls India a Bharat, I mean, in the indigenous languages, in the day-to-day public discourse, in English we call India, and in our indigenous languages we make use of the term Bharat, Bharatavarsha, and similar other names. So for popular discussion, popular mind, it does not make much difference, because whether you call it India in English or Bharat in Bengali or Bharat in Hindi and other words, other senses. So therefore, simply by using some indigenous Sanskritic words would not make much of a difference. 2024, these 3 major legal reforms, as you rightly mentioned, actually they have not been much significant insofar as the daily running of the system. I mean, BNS, for example, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, is actually the old wine in the new bottle. The states which used to use the term Penal Code or Indian Evidence Act or Witness Act, actually they go on. They simply say BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, article this and that. So in the day-to-day governance, it does not carry much significance. I mean, on the one hand, this government claims that we have decolonized Indian states, but in actual practice, we find, as I said, old wine in the new bottle. They have not been simple, they have not done much revolutionary work in terms of the content. But I agree that this party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is in power in a coalition, they do not believe in federalism, do not promote federalism, and they are actually in a dilemma, because you see, when you do not recognize differences, cultural differences and other differences, particularly religious differences, you might say that we hate the Muslims. But what about the Hindus themselves? Within Hinduism, we have so many differences, different sects, different faiths, different culture, different tradition. So you cross the border, interstate border, and you see the Hindus speaking a different language. A Tamil Brahmin, for example, and a Bengali Brahmin, for example, myself, we could hardly communicate if we don't know English, because I don't know the Tamil language. My history is not their history, and our history is not their history. So within Hinduism, this is something sometimes people from outside are not familiar with, that Hinduism does not mean, does not convey any homogeneity, any homogeneous sense. And that's why the Hindutva party is somehow intellectually in a trouble when their top leader, Mohan Bhagwat, for example, RSS president, nowadays he says that we don't use the word Hinduism because it encourages differences and diversity. So we talk about Hindutva. What is Hindutva? Nobody knows. It's a political formulation of a political party which carries actually little weight in the day-to-day run of things. So therefore, this is the perspective, I think, but one has to be careful that it is a party that does not believe in federalism, but then the coalition itself is a federal coalition. It is based on the support of regional parties, state-based parties. BJP does not have a majority now, so they are also being, under a lot of compulsions. And Indian democracy, political systems is so diverse. I mean, if you go to the northeast of India, you will find out of the 8 states, there are 3 Christian majority states in the northeast of India. What can the government do? It cannot simply ask the Christians to become Hindus. And also, we do not have in Hinduism, there is no formal procedure of proselytization. You cannot convert someone from Islam or Buddhism to Hinduism. It does not exist. So even if you are in power, you cannot make one Hindu, because there is no such thing in the system of beliefs as such. Maybe I talk a bit more beyond your question, but I believe that it has helped you perhaps for more clarification of the issues involved.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, dear Professor Bhattacharya, for such detailed explanation and clarification of my comment, especially that you remind for us the judicial doctrine of the basic structure, which I think maintains the stability of India, unity of diversity. Namaste.
Thank you very much.
No, dear Professor Bhattacharya, many thanks for your comments. Dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Vadim, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Bhattacharya, for your brilliant presentation. It's a great honor for all of us. Federalism in India is called part of basic structure. In Russia, federalism is one of the foundations of constitutional order, основа конституционного строя. At the same time, the concept of federalism is not mentored in the US Constitution. Nevertheless, most our European and American colleagues consider the USA as federation, while India and Russia, as well as a number of other states, do not. And everyone has different criteria for understanding federalism. from Althusius to John Stuart Mill, from Ware to Friedrich, from Riker to Elazar, and so on. Many Russian colleagues, for example, our dear friend, Professor Denisov, understand federalism as reunion of free nations. Many others, Russian colleagues, do not believe in federalism at all as concept. And there are some authors and researchers who looks in federalism purely pragmatically. So I have long time wanted to ask you this question personally. Dear Professor Bhattacharya, what do you personally understand by federalism? Is it possible in the same form as in Western countries, in post-colonial states like India, Pakistan, and for example, Russia? Or can there be some differences between Western and post-colonial federations? Or can post-colonial states, in principle, not be federation because they do not conform to the Western picture of the world?
Yeah, thank you, Vadim. Very original and big question, which would require many hours of discussion and perhaps writing. I agree with you, but my understanding would be that because federation, basic idea of federalism, that remains very much Western. This is an innovation. Even if we remember Daniel Elazar, in England, where Casey Ware taught and wrote, I once asked Ronald Watts, who was a good friend of mine, that Ronald Watts was a direct student of Casey Ware, and I said, how come the Oxford University, allowed a person to talk about federalism, write about federalism, a country where the term F word was a taboo in UK. In the UK universities, one would hardly see, in my student days in the mid-80s, one could hardly see any book on federalism except by Casey Ware. And then Ronald Watts said, look, Casey Ware was an Australian. He was not an Englishman. I said, oh, I see, that's the Australian things. So federalism today, I would say that beyond this combination of ethnic self-rule and shared rule, some combination, I think the other things are all context bound. This is something which is very original in spirit. You call it Western, but it is now universal, that you must have in the compound polity combination of two types of rule, which are necessary, you can't avoid it. So this is where the core idea, the core tradition, the original impulse, if I may, that actually remains. So if you have the right combination or more appropriate combination, then the country, despite diversity, will stay together. And democracy would build a silver lining, because without democracy, it would be ethnocracy. It would be ethnocracy. So democratic principle that you get yourself elected, you become accountable, responsible. Pakistan, for example, it failed. Bangladesh separated because the combination was not appropriate, because two units divided by an enemy territory of 1,000 kilometers in between East Pakistan and West Pakistan. So combination was not the right one. So the appropriate combination is required. And this is, I think, where the West meets the East. We don't have to take everything from the West. You are right that in the US Constitution, they have not used the term federal. They call it a union, for a better union. In our constitution, the term federalism has been used only once, but not in a federal context, in a different context. But if you read the constitution, you will find it is a federation. Two types of government, nowadays two and a half, distribution of powers, umpire, Supreme Court as the umpire, intergovernmental institutions, and many other things. So it fulfills, following Ronald Watts, I would say, the 5-point template of federalism. So the basic idea remains, you call it Western or not, that is important. Even in the case of Russia, I mean, I sometimes get confused that how they hold on to this, very big country with 89 units, how they manage, because you are actually more diverse perhaps than us. We still manage with 28 states and 9 union territories, but Russia has 89 units. So I don't understand that how they actually hold together. So I'm sure there is some impulse. I'm sure it is also democratic. There is democratic responsibility, identity protection, some decentralization, some autonomy. So certain other ingredients are important, but the very basic is this combination of shared rule and self-rule. I actually missed one example. If you allow, I can take a couple of minutes. That is Nepal. I mean, Nepal is a unique case of post-colonial federation because Nepal had a Maoist revolution. So they should go for people's democracy. And Prachando, the president, he first went to China, thinking that now my logical course should be to go to China to get the model of people's democracy. But at that time, China no longer believes in Maoism or people's democracy. So he came back and wanted to see the Indian Prime Minister. So eventually, I was involved in advising the Constituent Assembly of Nepal on parts relating to federalism. And Nepal is also very diverse. In fact, more diverse than perhaps India. The diversity within diversity, hill, local plains, caste-wise diversity. So they finally had to go. A people's democratic revolution resulted in a democratic federal republic. This I have explained in a little greater detail in my book. So this is another model of federalism which has come out. But the basic impulse again is ethnic, regional self-rule and shared rule at the national level. So adaptation, how do you adapt? It depends on your particular context, how many units you will have, because Nepal initially could not have named provinces. So they had now number 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, but now gradually they are trying to give the names. And the names are very historical names, old-time historical names, but that's a different thing. So even in the post-colonial world, there is tremendous diversity of what we mean by federation. But as I said, this combination of two types of rule, that is the core idea, and for which I think we are all indebted to the Western models of federalism. Thank you for your patience. I have taken perhaps more time than what was required, but I would love to write at length when you publish. This time I could not submit my abstract, but Vadim, as always, has been very liberal, accommodative, and I am really impressed by the organizational capacity of this young researcher on federalism. And also I thank all of you for listening to me with patience. I'm sure that I have been able to share some insights about federalism from our part of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor Bhattacharya. Thank you very much.
Dear Professor Bhattacharya, thank you a lot. It's don't worry about any time limits. It's our huge pleasure to welcome you and to listen to your reports and comments as well. Dear colleagues, if you don't mind, we may move on. I would like to say nice thing. Today, this wonderful day, one of our participants has their birthday. So my suggestion is to congratulate.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Well, Sophia, my congratulations. And dear colleagues, as Sophia is in a hurry, I suppose that you won't mind. It is my suggestion to invite Sophia to microphone, to invite Sophia to speak. So Sophia, just a second. Next, our participant is Sofia Mikhailova, undergraduate student of the International Law Faculty of MGIMO. The topic is a comparison of the federalism model in the Russian Federation and the Federal Republic of Germany. So, Sofia, you're welcome.
Thank you. So first of all, it's a great pleasure, and I'm very grateful to be able to talk to you, to actually discuss this topic in a circle of people who are interested in it. So there had been a huge heated discussion, and that's great, about the nature of federalism, if we actually can have more than one concept in this planet, not the Western one, but maybe the Eastern one. Maybe we can adapt it. So that was the goal of my survey, actually, to understand whether the two countries, the Russian Federation and the Federal Republic of Germany, they actually have something in common or not, because they all belong to the Roman German law system. And it's actually surprising that even in a very close area of existing, they're still really different. And it's not even India and Russia, which are very far from each other. And actually today, India was a huge new topic for me. So I guess let's begin. Federalism, as we all know, is a beneficial form of the state organization. So it offers such opportunity as the representation of the will of different political views, supports the political will being formed by different groups, and offers democratic legitimacy, which is quite a popular concept in the modern world. Veniamin Evgenievich Churkin, in the 90s, he is a Russian lawyer, and he actually made a huge survey on the federalism and the idea of the constitutionalism in Russia. He tried to understand whether actually the Western federalism is the one and true conception. So the legal doctrine, as he said, offers us many classifications of the federal model. For example, based on the union and the autonomy of the parts, treaty on constitutional federations, but that's not the topic, centralized and relatively decentralized. Therefore, Churkin speaks about the three ways how federalism countries exist, whether they are symmetric or asymmetric. And well, that's a pity, but many people think that if the federation is not symmetric, then it's not a federation at all, and we shall completely discard it. So that was the topic. I understand why they do this, and it's quite clear that the lawyers stand up for the classification, that let's see how the legitimate powers, the jurisdictive and the administrative powers are distributed among the subjects of the federal country. That's a transparent system that shows us how clear the model of the federalism actually is. But I do not think that it's completely lawful and logical and moreover realistical to try to have this theory in reality without any different things to exist. So we shall, of course, keep in mind that different countries on the different parts of our globe, they're completely different. They have their history. That's the principle of historism in Russian law, as they say. So we shall always keep that in mind, that different countries have their own rules of existing. Therefore, we shall never try to adapt the whole federalism concept, I mean, as it was made in the Western countries, to the Eastern ones. So, Russia. Churkin says about 3 different forms of asymmetrical countries. The first of them is where the units are visibly different. So there are, for example, associated states, some federal movements that are clear that this model is asymmetrical. The second model, and the lawyers tend to actually say that the Russian Federation belongs to the second model, is where the units are equal, but still in reality we can see some inequality. And that's a not bad thing at all. What I mean is that it's wise to say that an asymmetric federation to a certain extent relies on objectively existing social, economic, historical, and other factors. As we talked about India before, and they said that there was a case where it's not a rule, it's something completely out of the role okay, that sometimes the rule is not followed, and that's completely okay. And that doesn't make the Russian Federation, the German Federation, or the Indian one less of a federation than it is. The difference in the role and importance of federalism is, of course, existing. But in Western doctrine, they always tend to say that if some things are not made in reality, it's not a federalism country. They say the same about constitutionalism, and we tend to disagree. The initial German cooperative federalism existed till the 1st September of 2006, where the Länder, as they say, that's the units of Germany, were allowed to vote in the Bundesrat. Aber, a bit here, going with the flow. But the thing is that this prohibited the lawmaking process, that made it very difficult, and therefore the Russian or the German Federation, that actually has in their Grundgesetz, that's their constitution. It's basically a constitution, but it's named differently. They actually have that they're a symmetric federation, but in reality, to some extent, they decided to avoid this principle, and the 1st September 2006, they make a reform of federalism. So the principle of competitiveness in between the Länder was made. The further integration of Germany in the Europe, as Ivan said in the very beginning, it made the Germany actually look up at other European countries, and in such a reality, thank God we are not, they need to follow the European tendencies. So therefore, the German federalism is now not only cooperative, but also competitive. Well, Professor Karl Stark, he thinks that the executive power of the German states now has less influence through the Bundesrat on the legislation of the federation, in the exchange that they have more legislative power. That is more important. So as we see in practice, sometimes the Eastern, when it comes to Russia, but the adaptation of federalism to the existing reality of a country is actually better. It will show us that the organizers understand the country better, because in countries where federalism has been adapted not long enough, for example, Russian Federation in the 90s or the Indian one in the 50s, it's impossible to build the idealistic Western model. So as the lawyers, the doctrine agrees, it's completely lawful, logical, and understandable to take into account the cultural, the national, the property status, the historic differences, and actually adjust the federal system to the reality of the country. I guess that's all. Thank you. Ready to answer your questions.
Sophia, many thanks for your report. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Maybe experts, you're welcome.
Excuse me. Can I speak out?
Yeah, sure.
So thank you very much, Sophia. So with my colleague, we interrupted you a bit because we spoke about the realism of German and Russian federalism. So, so is it our reality or is it only the name in our constitution? So the name of our country, the federation. So, what do you think about, so in conclusion, so what do you think about Germany as federal republic? What do you think, in spite of the fact that European integration took most of the integral legislation that impacts German legislation. So we can say that the deepening of European integration, the parliaments and governments of German states have become increasingly concerned about European legislation. So do you agree with it?
Well, actually, thank you for a question. When I was doing a research, Klaus-Dieter Schnappauf, he wrote about the actually the nature of the German federalism, and if they shall move to the European model, I mean, it's obvious that they have to, and to some extent, I believe it still imposes their rights and their view of federalism, but they are not alone in the world, so they shall always count on the union that they are part of. I would say that still the German federalism has its peculiarity. I would say that they still, in spite of the European Union that tries to actually interfere in the processes, I mean, that's completely logical. Still, the superiority of the federation in one area is always compensated but by the superiority of Länder in other areas. So I would say that the model is, as the German people like, it's always flexible and they adjust it. I guess they actually discussed this problem in one of their Bundestag meetings, I would say so. I hope that's called meetings in English. They said they should balance the interests of the German country and the European Union. But in my opinion, it actually interferes them.
Thank you very much. And one last question. So does migration, so as you are a specialist of German constitution, of German legislation, so does migration, and we know that Germany has a lot of problems with that process. So does migration, internal and external migration, affect German federalism? And so what impact does migration cause on the 16 lands, 16 parts of the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's obvious that migration nowadays it only interfered the Germany, and it's obvious that they have an impact. But in my opinion, it's more of an economic one because and the social resistance is growing nowadays. I think you know about the AfD party, Alternative für Deutschland. Yeah. So they're actually against the migration processes, and that's quite logical too. But I actually personally do not see the connection between the federalism and the migration itself. Maybe the newcomers, they tend to try to outstand their rights, I guess so, in Bundestag, because they come there, they have special privilege, and moreover, the German country itself, it supports them. So I guess that's the problem with migration. They actually influence it, and they keep supporting it, and therefore many more people come. So I guess maybe in this aspect, they want to have more rights, and the Länder, they are themselves not very pleased with it.
Thank you very much.
May I have one quick questions?
Yeah, sure, sure. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I always, learn from other experiences. I lived in Germany for quite some time in Heidelberg University, but but never learned about German federalism. From what you said, I just want a clarification that Germany, is it formally, constitutionally a symmetric federalism, but in reality there are areas of asymmetry? Is that what you meant? Or there is no scope for asymmetry? I mean, de facto, no, not de jure, but de facto, is there any scope for asymmetry within the German Federation?
Thank you. According to the constitution, to the law of the basic law, yeah, it's called basic law. Germany is a symmetric federal country, and I would say in reality, it's a very subjective thing to say. I would say it's a symmetric one too, but in reality, there are different cases that show us that to some extent, as I say, that's the unique thing about German federalism. It's the balance. The privilege of the center in some areas is compensated by the privilege of other parts of Germany. And when we say asymmetric federalism, we mean that some parts of the country are constantly being downplayed. Their rule is downplayed. They are not allowed to maybe have a vote in the representative organ. And I don't think that this is the case for Germany, because still every land has its own way on representing themselves. And to some extent, they all have this access to power. So I guess this one, at least when I was doing a survey, I haven't found a single German or foreign scientist that think that Germany is an asymmetrical federation. That's it.
Thank you. May I, with your permission, may I leave now, because I'm a little tired. Whole day has been spent on traveling a lot. So it's very interesting if I could stay on, but I would leave now.
Yeah, no, sure, dear Professor Bhattacharya. Many thanks for your participation.
You are most welcome. Most welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Yeah, welcome, please.
Yes, thank you for report, Sophia. I have one question, maybe an idealistic question, philosophical question. You said that we, Russian Federation, and as well as Indian Federation, are young federations that are far from ideal Western model of federation. I would like to say, I would like to ask, what kind of what federation, what model you are consider to be ideal? Can you describe?
Thank
please?
you. I think you a bit misunderstood me. Actually, Irina, I believe, yes, from the Moscow State University, about Indian. No, the girl before. Irina, yes, Irina. She was, when she was here, we had a heated discussion whether we shall actually take the Western model of federalism for the true one. And in my report, I actually mentioned a completely different thing, that we shall not say that the Western ideal of federalism, the one that they all wrote about in the doctrine, it's the ideal one. Russia is not ideal, as you said. It's not what I meant. I meant that it's different, and that's completely lawful. And that's logical, because every country has its consequences. I mean, you should not compare the USA and the Russian Federation, Germany. I mean, only in theoretical aspect, but in reality, those are completely different countries. Moreover, about your question, what I think is the perfect federation, it doesn't exist, because as any other ideology, as any other theory or concept, the communism, the liberalism, they do not exist in real life. You should understand that. It's just the, I guess that's a package of ideas, of concepts that may or may not lead to a better life. But we do not know that. I would say that the Russian federalism is a true federalism because we have the states that have their power, they're equal, and it is a federalism itself. So just to conclude, I'm against saying that the Western concept of federalism is the one concept of federalism. I mean that it's a universal thing that can be adapted to every country, and it being different doesn't mean it being wrong. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, but I meant that ideal federal model is the one that works. So if you consider Russian model working model, true model, as you said, so I think that our federalism can be like ideal, can be a good example of federalism.
Yes, of course, sure. I mean, yes, just because it's not like the USA or any Western countries doesn't mean it's not true and working itself. That's it. Thank you.
But the exact criteria, it's not like there exist the exact criteria for the.
Of course, it's a subjective
Okay,
thing.
okay, I understand.
Yes. More questions?
Well, great, dear colleagues. Well, if you don't mind, we will move on.
You have no additions.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thank you for a brilliant report. Let's forge new relationships. This is one of the main goals of our conference as well. Well, many thanks. So, dear colleagues, we would like to proceed to move on. So, I would like to invite our next participant, Konstantin Petruchenko, undergraduate student of the International Law Faculty of MGIMO. The topic is federalism and minorities, national, religious, linguistic, gender, and other factors. Please, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear experts. My work shall be focused on federalism and minorities. Let's begin by defining federalism. Federalism is a form of territorial and governmental organization implicating the existence of two levels of state power, federal and regional, in which regions, also known as federal subjects, have a high level of political autonomy. The federal subjects' political autonomy manifests itself through the federal subjects' right to create their own legal acts, exercise some states' functions in cooperation with federal authorities or independently, and elect their own governmental bodies. However, in light of this work, the federal subjects' right to regulate relations between the majority of their population and minorities, groups that are not dominant within a certain territory, is of especially great interest, considering separatism and other challenges faced by federalism nowadays. The main question of this work is as follows. Is federalism viable in societies that are diverse in national, religious, linguistic, and other aspects? Let's begin with the case of the United States of America. The first minority to study is their native population. In 1643, the United Colonies of New England were formed. It was an alliance of British North American colonies aimed at protection from the raids of the Native Americans. Later, during the expansion of the now independent United States of America into the heartland of North America, the local tribes were subject to forced relocation and genocide. Until 1887, the Native Americans were considered not the citizens of the United States of America, but foreigners, and their tribes foreign entities. In 1887, however, with the adoption of the Postal Stations Act, Native Americans were recognized as the American citizens, but they still cannot put their rights to good use due to their not paying taxes and living in reservations where neither the federal nor the regional law is in force. Thus, they cannot vote and can get in contact with the outer world only through the United States government. Let's turn our attention to the African Americans. Until the Civil War of 1861 and 1865, the majority of the African Americans were slaves. Slavery was especially prevalent in the South, where by the 19th century it had become crucial to the local lifestyle. The African Americans faced discrimination in the North as well. For example, they used to be frequently lynched. Only after the adoption of the 13th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, their position improved. They were persecuted on the regional level, however, until the middle of the 20th century, when, thanks to the work of civil rights activists and federal authorities, mind you, federal authorities, racist regional laws were gradually abolished. The Japanese Americans suffered for a short time as well. In 1942, President Roosevelt's Emergency Executive Order number 9066 authorized the American military to relocate the ethnic Japanese to internment camps, where they would face problems with housing, medicine, and even basic physiological needs. The internment of the Japanese Americans stopped in 1944 and was found illegal only 40 years later. Generally, the situation with minorities in the United States of America has steadily improved as the result of federal authorities' involvement in this issue, although the Native American problem is still relevant. Let's speak about the Poles in the German Empire. From its formation in 1871 to its dissolution in 1918, the German Empire continued the policy initiated during the times of the Kingdom of Prussia towards its Polish minority. This policy was called Germanization. The usage of the Polish language in schools, state administration, and local governance was prohibited. In 1886, the West Prussia and Posen Province Colonization Commission was established to settle ethnic Germans in Polish lands. As the culmination of the resistance to this policy, the Poles rebelled in the years of 1918 and 1919, and, according to the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, received the once German lands of Greater Poland. It can be seen from this case that the attempts of the central government to forcefully assimilate the Poles have led to a massive uprising that played a role in the dissolution of the whole German Empire. Let's speak about the controversies in the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, also known as just Yugoslavia, embraced diversity. The principle of linguistic parity was followed. The national republics had the right of nullification, which is the right of not recognizing the acts that they had reservations about, and the people's right to self-determination was proclaimed by the Constitution of 1974. Despite such efforts, the memories of past national, religious, and linguistic conflicts, often utilized by the regional authorities, were too vivid to be suppressed by the socialist legislation. After Josip Broz Tito's death, the state began to slowly collapse, and then the Yugoslav wars happened, resulting in genocide. In this case, the contradictions between the aspirations of the federal and the regional governmental bodies, coupled with national traumas, led to the civil war. Let's, for a short time, turn our eye to India again. Since the passing of the States Reorganization Act of 1956, the territory of India has been reorganized according to the national socio-economic and cultural needs of its citizens. The matters of culture and local self-governance are handled by the states, while sometimes even municipal authorities, for example the panchayatis, can pursue their own cultural policy. National urban settlements can be founded in India as well. Religious relations in India can be characterized as stable, with the exception of the relations with Muslims due to the amendments made to the Citizenship Act in 2019. India is trying to find balance in relations with different minorities, which can be seen in the national legislation and the activities of the regional authorities and local self-governance. Let's now talk about Native Americans, but not in the United States of America, but in the Federative Republic of Brazil. I assure you there is a lot to tackle there. Unlike in the United States of America, the Brazilian colonists actively married local women, and many mixed-race children were born as a result. Despite this, there are still many tribes in Brazil that have preserved their ethnic homogeneity. The state guarantees the protection of native cultures and handles ethnic and regional diversity. The right of the Native Americans to their traditional and, mind you, inalienable land is recognized, and their tribes are the subjects of Brazilian law. There are no controversies in Brazil in regard to the Native Americans, and their status is specifically regulated. Swiss Confederation, let's talk about it for a while. The Swiss Confederation has many linguistic groups, and its case is actually interesting to study in light of this work. The Swiss constitution recognizes German, French, Italian, and Romansh as the Confederation's national languages. The state, and by the state I mean the federal authorities, promotes the learning of languages in cooperation with the cantons, while the cantons themselves have the exceptional power to determine the so-called cantonal languages. Such measures have led to peaceful coexistence of different language groups bound by common history. As the last case to look into, I would like to speak about Russian Federation and its efforts in building federalism. According to the Constitution of 1993, all groups of people living in Russia are united into one multinational people of the Russian Federation. The instigation of social, racial, national, and religious animosity is prohibited. Freedom of conscience and faith is guaranteed. The propaganda or agitation instigating social, racial, national, or religious hatred or animosity, or the propaganda of social, racial, national, religious, or linguistic superiority are prohibited as well. National republics, autonomous areas, and the autonomous region can make their own legal acts, pass their own legal acts, host their own national holidays, and award special status to the languages spoken inside their borders. Despite the progressiveness of Russian legislation, the Russian Federation has had to face separatism in its territory, the examples being the Chechen, Tatar, Ural, and Siberian separatism, but it has been dealt with. Nowadays, there is no official persecution of any minority or any official conflicts with any minority in Russia. To conclude, I would like to say two things. First one is, depending on the features of every state, the federalism with varying levels of the governmental body's involvement has resolved the conflicts between minorities and federal authorities. And the second thing is that the success of federative states also allows us to answer the question asked in the beginning about the viability of federalism. And the answer is as follows. Yes, federalism is viable in societies that are diverse in national, religious, linguistic, and other aspects. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you for your attention.
Konstantin, many thanks for your report. Dear colleagues, you are welcome to comment or to give comments or to ask questions. Would you like to discuss this topic, to add something, maybe to share your ideas? Dear colleagues, maybe our guests via Zoom conference.
Many thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to add something that in India, not only in linguistic diversity, India has a huge diversity in various terms. So there are minority commissions which protect the interest of minorities. For religious minorities, there's a linguistic minority commission, which was established in around 1993. So it protects the rights of the religious minorities. And also there are some in the Hindu community, there are some religious, not religious, there is some caste which were shown in from an ancient time as they are depressed and they are very inferior. So these are called SC, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. For the protection of those communities, there are also scheduled caste and scheduled tribe commission, which also protect the rights in terms of their language, in terms of their ethnic identity, in terms of their culture, in terms of their worship, every aspect. And also there are linguistic commissions which protect the rights of linguistic identity, because every states of India has not only one language but more than 7 or 8 languages. So it is very difficult to accommodate these identities, and that's why these commissions are very much needed. And after implementing the new education policy in 2020, the rights of minority languages were focused in new education policy, and the rights to read in mother tongue was highly appreciated there. So I just wanted to add this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your comment.
Well, thank you, dear colleagues. Maybe you have some questions to our speaker. Well, okay, if not, thank you very much for your detailed and exhaustive study of the topic you have raised, multidisciplinary one, as we enjoy. So, if you don't mind, dear colleagues, we will move on. I would like to invite our next participant to speak, Zagidat Kurbanova, attorney at law, co-researcher at the Department of Constitutional and Municipal Law of the Faculty of Law of Lomonosov Moscow State University. The topic is Constitutional Principles Ensuring Equality of Languages in Russia. Well, Zagidat, you're welcome.
Good day, dear colleagues. I would like to discuss about constitutional principles providing for equality of ethnic languages in Russia. The importance of language in modern life is overshadowed by current problems in other spheres of life, like politics and economy. However, language, as the main means of human communications, is an indispensable part not only of any ethnic group and its culture, but also of a national state's legal status. Language relations are studied by linguists, psychologists, social scientists, political scientists, historians, and of course lawyers. That is why there should be a complex approach to legal matters related to language. The Constitution of the Russian Federation contains a number of articles which deal with the issues of ethnic languages used in Russia. It also provides for the Russian language as a state language for the whole territory of the Russian Federation. At the same time, each republic had the right to provide for its own state language. Since every individual had the right to use their own native tongue to choose a language of communication, of education, or and creative activities. In addition, the Russian Constitution provides for the right granted to each ethnic group to retain its own language and to promote conditions for its learning. Thus, the Russian Constitution makes it possible for the legislatures to develop and specify particular rules concerning native ethnic languages in Russia. They were adopted the law of the Russian Federation on ethnic languages in the Russian Federation of 1991, on education of 1992, and the law of national culture autonomy of 1996. Under the law on ethnic languages in Russian Federation, all ethnic languages enjoy the protection of the state. Legislative, executive, and judicial bodies of the Russian Federation secure and enforce social, economic, and legal protection of all ethnic languages in Russia. The law also provides for the right to create writing for those ethnic languages who lack it. The equality of languages doesn't mean that they enjoy equal legal status. It's rather an aspect of national policy in Russia, providing for equal opportunities for those who speak their native languages.
Well, I'm sorry. It's all that you would like to say, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, many thanks for your report. Dear colleagues, let's discuss the topic. Many thanks, Zagidat, many thanks for the issue that you have raised. It is an interesting and thought-provoking one. Dear colleagues, would you like to comment, to add something, maybe to share your ideas with us? Dear experts, what do you think about the topic raised? Would you like to add something? dear colleagues, if no questions, Zagidat, many thanks for your participation. It was, you have, you see, you have touched upon an interesting aspect, even of our federalism. I actually do not remember the last time when such an interesting and unusual question was raised in regard with our country's federalism. Dear colleagues, if you don't mind, we will move on to our next participant. I would like to invite Marina Volkova to speak, and undergraduate student. Problems of federalization, secession, autonomism, and asymmetry. Marina, you're welcome.
Good evening, dear colleagues. Today I'm going to discuss an interesting topic about secession. It's an actual is it better? Yeah, okay. It's an actual topic because conflicts in the federation are inevitable. Their nature is based on contradictions, and there are a lot of contradictions. You were talking about federation or unitary states, it doesn't matter. And this circumstance explains the relevance of the research topic I have chosen. Since secession is precisely one of the ways to resolve regional conflicts. There are, of course, other ways to resolve regional conflicts, such as, for example, consociation, devolution, integration, and I will not dwell on them because I will only talk about secession. It must be said that the right to secession is an exceptional measure that can be implemented as a last resort when other measures do not work, because secession, you of course are aware of it, can lead to disastrous consequences, such as the split, the collapse of the state. So therefore there are factors that must be taken into account for implementing the right to secession. First of all, the geographical location of the territory claiming secession. This territory, if it goes out from the state, it must not lead to isolation of other regions. And as a result, the secession can split the country. So the second one is the ethnic composition of the seceding territory. If the ethnic group claiming secession is settled like this, in the case of dispersed settlement of this ethnic group, the secession is not the right option, is unlikely to happen. And the last one is economic significance of the secessing territory. So the greater the economic significance of the secessing region is, the less likely the choice of secession is to be chosen to resolve the conflict. For example, the secession of Quebec. If this could happen, like there were attempts already in 1998, but these attempts were not successful. Why? Because if Quebec could ever go out of Canada, it will sharply upset the territorial balance of the country. So, for example, the inhabitants of the small Atlantic provinces, which Quebec will separate from the rest of the country, will suffer. The province of Ontario, where about half the population lives, will turn out to be the supergiant, completely dominating the new federation. So this is fraught with further disintegration of the state. So Quebec, with the departure of Quebec, Canada would lose around 25% of its citizens and around 15% of its territory. So that's a huge damage for the country. So let's consider an important question. Is the consolidation of the right to secession a mandatory condition for its implemented? So in other words, do we need to Do we need to consolidate this right to succession in the constitution? For example, at present, a few federal constitutions only have this right implemented, this right consolidated. It's Ethiopia and Constitution of State Kitts and Nevis. So others do not contain provisions on the right to secession, nor do they exist in the unitary states, with the exception of the Constitution of Uzbekistan. So do we need to consolidate this right of secession to the constitution? No, the answer is no, because secession entails the emergence of new states, and it goes beyond the boundaries of one state. So it's not like to be regulated by only a constitutional law. It must be, in my opinion, regulated by the norms and principles of international, not constitutional law. A referendum on secession, unlike a referendum on other topics, so adoption of laws and other referendums, has an international legal nature, which is confirmed by the fact that a referendum on the secession is often initiated by the UN Security Council, so by the international organization. This kind of referendum is initiated. For example, in 1999, this kind of referendum was initiated on the matter of secession of East Timor from Indonesia. So it was successfully implemented because East Timor suffered a lot. Let us consider another important question. The second question, is secession an impression of the right to self-determination, or is secession an action that undermines territorial sovereignty? So I think, in my opinion, secession is an expression of the right to self-determination. But if there exist certain circumstances, so and these circumstances, how do they look like? It is left to the discretion of the court in each specific case. For example, these circumstances may be the disintegration of the state. For example, it happened with the Russian Empire when, after its disintegration, the Åland Islands, inhabited by Swedes, decided to secede from Finland, to which they had formerly belonged before the October Revolution. So the Russian Empire collapsed, and Åland Island wanted to join Sweden, to which they had originally belonged before their conquest from Sweden by Russia in 1909. But it was not successful, but Åland Island had a huge autonomy. And International Commission appointed by the Council of League of Nations recognized that this dispute between Sweden and Finland did not relate to a situation that depended solely on territorial sovereignty. So this commission defended the right to self-determination, not the territorial sovereignty. Another famous example is the Kosovo precedent. The preamble to the Declaration of Independence of Kosovo states that Kosovo constitutes a special case arising from the non-constructual disintegration of Yugoslavia, and no permission from the central authorities of Yugoslavia was required. As it well known, the USSR also disintegrated, not through an agreement, but as a result of violent actions of the authorities of each of the republics that were part of the USSR. Therefore, it seems to me that the Kosovo precedent can be used to legitimize another situation with similar circumstances, the disintegration of the state, like Yugoslavia, similar to USSR, disintegration of USSR. So it can be used as well to the situation of secession of Crimea from Ukraine. It can be legitimized by this precedent, but Western politics and lawyers, they deny this fact that Kosovo precedent is a precedent. But to my opinion, of course it is. And it's not only my opinion. Two more circumstances were formulated in the opinion of the Supreme Court of Canada when Quebec wanted to separate. There goes two circumstances when the people are subjected to colonial oppression, of course, and people suffer. They got to be separated. Even if the country which they want to separate from is not doesn't agree with it, even if it doesn't agree. And the last one, when the authorities of the state deny the right to self-determination and and don't grant them autonomy. So, as an example, the secession of the East Timor, as above mentioned, this secession was preceded by a 25-year period of genocidal policies carried out by the Indonesian authorities with the support of the United States. So people suffered a lot. And the UN responded, introducing international armed forces into East Timor, and the secession successfully was implemented. So to sum up, I'd like to say that it appears that under certain circumstances, secession is possible, and there is no need to consider it only as a constitutional phenomenon, because it can resolve regional and international conflicts. So it must not be regulated only by international law, as I said before, but it must particular circumstances that happening in different countries must be taken into account, because here they're involved geopolitical interests of huge amount of countries as well. Thank you for your attention.
Well, Marina, many thanks for your report. Dear colleagues, would you like to give some comments or even ask some questions? Dear colleague, yeah, Vadim, please welcome.
Thank you very much, dear Marina. Nice to see you here. Can I turn your own question against you and ask you, is there some ideal form of federation or not?
Of course, there is an ideal form of federation that suits a huge amount of criteria I already depicted in my work. I wrote a diploma on this topic, and I wrote also about the connection between democracy and federation. And I think there is a there is like very tight connection between these two phenomena, and they must coexist. If not, there is no federalism, and it will not be working. Like Professor Denisov says, they're gonna be imitation of the of the federalism and of the institutes of federalism. So if you're interested more, please write me. I will send you my work. Thank you.
I think today Professor Denisov is not here, but he is like Holy Spirit. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, would you like to add something or raise some questions to discuss? Because the topic that Marina has raised is both controversial and multidisciplinary as well. Thus, it would be interesting to consider this under different angles. I enjoy your approach to consider these issues under the angle of constitutional law, but I might be because of my education in this university as I would appreciate if you could pay more attention to international aspects, because as you fairly emphasized, these issues of separatism as in particular are directly connected with international conflicts, and it is both dangerous and provoke even terrible, and horrible consequences. Thus, it is a complex issue that you have raised. Many thanks for your participation and emphasizing these problems. Well, dear colleagues, if you don't mind, we will move on. I would like to invite our next participant, Daria Perisetsky. I would like to invite to speak. Daria is an undergraduate student of the Faculty of International Relations, Political Science and Foreign Regional Studies of the Russian State University of Humanities. The topic is the problem of Quebec separatism within the federal structure of Canada. Please, you're welcome.
Conference today for the first time. I should say that I'm just a beginner in this sphere. It's actually not the main sphere of my interest, but I'm really interested in this theme, so that's why I'm here. So let's start. We all know that the Canadian federalism is really a unique phenomenon in the world practice of federal structure, which attracts the interest of both domestic scholars and our foreign colleagues. And the greatest interest, of course, is the issue of Quebec. In the scientific literature, there is no consensus on what to do with this inconvenient province. Some are in favor of Quebec's early expulsion from the federation, arguing that constant concessions from the center in the form of special status and special powers lead to the discontent of other provinces. And others argue the exact opposite, saying that Quebec's withdrawal could jeopardize the existence of the country's integrity and it would risk ceasing to exist as an international legal entity. One way or another, the question of Quebec, or more precisely of its attempts at sovereignty, remains open. And it is very difficult and dangerous to turn a blind eye to such a thing, as it may lead to irreversible consequences in the future. The problem of Quebec is far from new. It has its roots to history, and especially in the 18th century, when as a result of the 7 Years' War, New France, formerly a colony of France, passed into the possession of the British Empire. And from that point on, two nations began to form in Canada. Thereafter, at various historical stages, the attitude towards the minority French population would change from outright oppression to a search for compromise. Attempts to assimilate French Canadians and oppress them in the cultural, linguistic, and religious components and aspects created the preconditions for creation of a separatist movement in Quebec, which became particularly acute in the 20th century. To the cultural linguistic component was added the socio-economic one, just because Quebec's general backwardness in the economic sphere was observed against the agricultural sector and the industrial sector. They were practically undeveloped. And the Quiet Revolution, aimed at a broad reformation of public life, also developed separatist sentiments. Subsequent events proved the determination of French Canadians to fight for their rights to the end. And the different perception of the situation also did not contribute to the resolution of the conflict. The French-Canadian model of perception consists in the idea of creating Canada as a federal union based on the equality of nations. Here, the point of equality between Francophones and Anglophones is of fundamental importance. The Anglo-Canadian model is based on the understanding that Canada is a federation of provinces with a single center of government. It turns out that for Quebecers, Canada is a union that guarantees the equality of the two cultures, the Franks and the Anglos. For Anglo-Canadians, the situation is somewhat different. First of all, Canada is a federal union, as I said earlier, but with a fixed center that represents the source of power. And Canada is a federation of provinces. And Quebec certainly has a prominent place, but it's just one province among many. From a constructive perspective, the Anglo-Canadians have all the legitimate mechanisms to keep Quebec within Canada. After a near successful referendum attempt in 1995, 3 years later, in 1998, it was mentioned earlier, Supreme Court of Canada decision indicates that any unilateral secession of Quebec should be considered illegal because such an act is in conflict with both the Canadian Constitution and international law. Of course, the Quebec government could not accept this verdict. In its view, the Supreme Court of the Federation had no authority at all to decide the fate of the Quebec population. And radical federalists, for their part, were angered by the fact that the court didn't link the question of Quebec's independence for the position of the rest of Canada on the issue. In fact, the judges proceeded from a two-stage scheme for the possible sovereignty of Quebec. First was a provincial referendum, then negotiations on the terms of secession. There was no talk of any other stage, which meant that Anglophone voters were excluded from the key issue of the national future. Moreover, there was another set of legal arrangements that favored greater autonomy for the region. The federal government, in its endeavor to reduce the influence of the political forces pushing for Quebec's secession from Canada, has issued a significant number of regulations, granting the province certain privileges and refraining from regulating those matters that must be decided by the provincial authorities. For example, Quebec is currently granted broad powers to regulate the social sphere, such as social benefits, pensions, education, and etc. The right to enter into international relations, to regulate immigration issues independently, and so on. The Quebec side, on the other hand, appeals to the will of the people without supporting legislation at all. It would seem that it is quite realistic to subdue separatist sentiments, but however, the Canadian authorities do not seek to suppress, and especially suppression through the use of force. And this is another peculiarity of Canadian federalism. There is no other country in the world practice that treats separatists so leniently, and Quebec makes excellent use of it. Federalists see in Quebec's claims for special status an attempt on the fundamental principles of Canadian democracy, but in addition to the humanitarian aspect, the economics aspect of this topic is also important. The redistribution of powers between the center and the regional authorities is likely to cause a chain reaction, and the English-speaking provinces are unlikely to want to be left out of the sharing of the once common pie, like Ontario, British Columbia, Alberta, and so on. At present, the Quebec problem remains unsolved. It directly shapes the peculiarities of federal relations that are developing in Canada. It is difficult to predict what option the Canadians will decide to follow. Only one thing is clear, that it will definitely not be possible to part with Quebec painlessly. There is no guarantee that the province's withdrawal from the state will not start a chain reaction that could lead to the end of Canada as such. And it is also important to remember that the international community is not interested in considering Quebec as a separate international legal entity. It can only be stated that the current stage, the Canadian government is trying to find compromises in cooperation with the problem province, which suggests that they are not ready to part with Quebec so easily. So thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your questions or maybe some commentary. Thank you.
There are many thanks. Well, dear colleagues, dear experts, do you have any questions, maybe comments, additions? Because actually, Quebec's case is one of the most illustrative one that relates to the topic of federalism. But still, as I don't see any any people that who'd like to raise any question, I would like to thank you once more time. Many thanks for your report. And if you don't mind, let's move on to the next our participant, Elena Segalova, a postgraduate student at the International Institute of Energy Policy and Diplomacy, the MGIMO University. The topic is contractual instruments for the access of foreign investment in fuel and energy projects of African federal states. An unusual topic, as you may see. Elena, I would like to invite you to speak. Please, you're welcome. Yeah, I hope that.
Yes, yes, I'm here. Just a second. Nice to meet you, dear colleagues. Give me a second, please, to turn on my camera. Hope you see me.
Yeah, everything is all right.
So,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. We are
Yeah.
waiting for your report. Please welcome.
Yes, thank you. But I would be obliged to turn off my camera due to technical issues when I start. So now I would like to share my screen to show you my presentation.
You're welcome.
And I turn off my camera and start the presentation. Give me a second. Yes, it works. So, do you see my screen right now?
Unfortunately, not.
And now?
No.
Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
And my presentation?
Yeah. Now we can see.
Okay, so let's start. I've chosen the topic of oil and gas sector in African federal states. And the reason is obvious, since these states are major partners in this particular sphere nowadays. The oil and gas sector is a crucial component of these countries as well. And the states I've chosen are Nigeria, Ethiopia, and South Africa. And these nations have various regulatory and taxation models that create unique conditions for international oil companies and local operators. And understanding these models is beneficial not only for African countries, but also for others, including Russia. Global shifts in the energy landscape compel Russia to seek new markets and partnerships. Establishing ties with African nations could unlock new opportunities for exporting Russian technologies and services in hydrocarbon exploration and production. First of all, Nigeria. Let's discuss this country. In Nigeria, the oil and gas sector is predominantly controlled by international oil companies such as Chevron, Shell, Mobil, and Total, which account for over 18% of the country's crude oil production. Their operations are conducted through various agreements, including joint ventures, production sharing contracts, and other contractual mechanisms include sole risk contracts and risk service contracts. International oil companies own more than 90% of oil and gas reserves and operating assets. Over the past decade, international oil companies have increased by average of 4% annually, while companies operating in marginal fields have decreased production by 50% annually. From 2020 to 2025, Nigeria's refining capacity is expected to increase by 400%, driven by rehabilitation of refineries and the construction of new facilities. Particular sphere of my interest is a contractual mechanism to ensure international investments in these countries, and I've researched this topic, and the insight I got is that oil extraction rights can be granted under several standard oil agreements, like in other countries, including production sharing contracts, risk service contracts, profit sharing agreements, concession agreements, and any internationally recognized form of exploration and production contract. But The particular contract that is used in Nigeria is a revenue sharing contract. It's a Nigerian feature. Profits are shared between the government and international oil companies after deducting all allowable costs, ensuring companies receive stable income while adhering to contract terms. These agreements incorporate corporate income tax ranging from 1% to 30%, depending on annual turnover. Additionally, companies are required to pay hydrocarbon tax at rates of either 50% or 30%. These agreements also allow companies to recover certain exploration and production costs, thereby reducing financial risks. Regular reporting on operational performance and financial results ensures transparency. The Nigerian government maintains control over key aspects of field development through mandatory inspections and audits to monitor compliance with agreement terms. Another collaboration mechanism between the Nigerian government and international oil companies is risk service contract. Unlike revenue sharing, where profits are divided, a risk service contract involves payment for services rendered by a company for specific exploration or production tasks. The contractor bears all financial risks. If a project fails, the contractor doesn't recover its costs. Concession agreements are also common in Nigeria. They grant companies exclusive rights to develop specific fields or blocks for a set period, providing assurance to investors. These agreements often require significant long-term investments from the company, fostering local economic development. Profits are shared between the government and the company based on pre-established conditions, ensuring fair resource distribution. In Nigeria, local content legislation also plays a vital role in developing the oil and gas sector, and the Nigerian Oil Industry Content Development Act mandates that international oil companies increase the use of local resources and services. Companies must develop local content plans approved by the National Content Development Monitoring Board. This law prioritizes hiring local workers and mandates training them for specialized tasks while encouraging the use of local goods and services. Talking about Nigerian tax sphere, it's important to mention that the taxation of oil and gas sector is complex and includes several key taxes and fees. Hydrocarbon tax applies to producing companies at rates of 50% or 30%, depending on activity type and location. Corporate income tax ranges from 0% to 30%, with most companies reaching a threshold where they pay 30%. Various fees also exist: an education tax on taxable profits, a police fund fee, tax on net profits, VIT, capital gains tax, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure fee. Ethiopia has adopted production sharing agreements as a framework for engaging with international oil companies. And in Ethiopia, hydrocarbons are considered state property subject to division post-extraction. The Ethiopian Ministry of Mines outlines this model according to international standards. And in South Africa, mineral and petroleum resources legislation provides 4 types of permits related to oil extraction. These types include exploration permits, technical cooperation permits, exploration rights, and production rights. So in South Africa, we do not see in legislation any adoption of standard oil and gas contractual frameworks. In conclusion, understanding this divergent political frameworks can provide valuable insights into optimizing cooperation between African nations and international partners while enhancing local economic development through effective resource management strategies. Thank you for your attention.
Well, Elena, many thanks for your in-depth analysis of such a complex issue. Dear experts, dear colleagues, do you have any questions to our speaker? Might be any comments? Although the issue that Elena have raised is a complex one, yeah, for us it might be difficult to raise any questions. Elena, many thanks for your participation and for sharing your ideas with us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dear colleagues, if you don't mind, we will move on. Our next participant is Anastasia Yeremina, undergraduate student of the Faculty of International Relations, Political Science and Foreign Regional Studies of Russian State University of Humanities. The topic is Oil, Federalism and Politics in Nigeria, Problems of Correlation. Well, Anastasia, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, dear colleagues. I would like to tell you a little bit about Nigeria. The Federal Republic of Nigeria is a state located in West Africa, and it has significant oil reserves. And before gaining independence, it was a British colony, as were many other African countries. These relations were terminated in 1960, and shortly before that, oil resources were found in Nigeria. On the path of its independent development, Nigeria has experienced decades of militaristic rule, a bloody civil war, genocide, economic crisis, and many other troubles. So far, despite the huge economic and political potential, the country belongs to the category of poor, developing, and even the so-called failed states. Oil resources, as well as the federal structure of the country, played a significant role in these events, but they can also become the basis for solving the existing problems. Oil became the major direction of the Nigerian economy almost immediately after independence. Revenues from selling the resource accounted for more than 80% of the country's budget. Undeveloped and incompetent for the time state institutions, politicians, and governors couldn't effectively manage the wealth that fell into their arms. Oil revenues didn't bring any benefit to citizens. Corruption started to be the rule in the energy sector and in politics in general. The stability of the country began to depend on world oil prices. Nigeria has been subjected to the resource curse, a set of negative consequences of the country's possession of natural wealth, which affect its economic, political, and social development. So far, Nigerian politicians haven't been able to overcome these consequences. Nigeria, as a single state, was artificially created by the British. Territories inhabited for thousands of years by people with different cultures, religions, languages, and even habits have been united for ease of management. Before that, there have never been a single state in this territory. There were different empires, caliphates, and some kind of ancient countries which often fought with each other, and now they were a single country. Subsequently, this became the root of many problems in Nigerian politics. During the period of colonial rule, the country was divided into three large regions: northern, western, and eastern. Each region was populated predominantly by Yoruba and Igbo. And in the future, it was also one of the reasons that led to many problems. Regional power began to belong to representatives of these largest groups, and a huge number of small linguistic and ethnic groups remained outside of the political field, although collectively they represented a significant part of the population. The regional authorities found themselves in a state of a constant confrontation with each other, but since the northern region was larger and more powerful than the eastern and the western combined, it always had a winning position. And oil revenues have also become the subject of conflicts between ethnic groups and regions of the country. The increase in government revenues caused the desire of representatives of various groups to gain control of them. This desire was further strengthened by the reorientation of the state economy almost entirely to the oil and gas sector. Each of the three largest ethnic groups joined the fight for the federal center. This has aggravated the already tense inter-ethnic relation in the country. The House of Fulani group, the largest one, formed the majority in the northern region and took advantage of weak Nigerian federalism to seize the federal center and its money. The political elite of the region forced the government of the country to ensure the same prices for petroleum products for the oil producing regions and the northern ones where oil wasn't produced. In 1975, a regime of equal prices was introduced, which marked the beginning of state subsidization of prices for petroleum products, one of the main consequences of which was the rise of corruption. The confrontation has led to many troubles such as civil war, constant uprisings and military conflicts, economical crisis, and etc. Later, a number of administrative reforms were carried out, dividing the country into more regions that do not represent the interests of specific ethno-linguistic groups. This made it possible to transfer conflicts from inter-ethnic to the inter-regional level, making them less intense and mitigating the consequences of the conflicts. However, echoes of Nigeria's initial failed state structure are also evident today. Oil wells and federal structure, factors that it would seem should lead to the prosperity of the state, had a negative impact on the political development of the Republic of Nigeria. However, abandoning oil revenues or federal principles is, of course, impossible for the country, as this would lead to a final collapse. To achieve a positive effect from Nigeria's oil and federalism, major reforms affecting the foundation of the public administration must be conducted. It is worth noting that today cautious attempts are being made to test the waters. The authorities are proposing various projects and reform programs, but the significant results haven't yet been observed. Thank you very much. This is all I wanted to say.
Great, Anastasia, many thanks for your report. An interesting question and even a mind-boggling one. How could you mix the topics that might be incomparable at the first sight? Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to our speaker? Might be any comments? Every format of your expression is hailed. Well, dear colleagues, maybe dear experts and other participants that take participation via Zoom conference, maybe you have any comments? Well, sure. Then I have a question to you. What do you think? To tell the truth, this topic is absolutely new for me. It was oil-related politics in Nigeria might be a real danger for this country. Might be can Nigeria face such challenges or even difficulties of secession? I do not know. Is it a real danger?
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, of course, it has already been a real danger. Nigeria has met the problem of the secession when the part of it wanted to go out in the 1960s, and this was the reason that caused civil war, as I said a little about it in my report, but it is a huge topic that I couldn't cover during my speech. Yes, it was partly because of the oil revenues because, as I said earlier, it is the reason of a lot of interethnic confrontations. And while the largest group wanted to control all the country and other groups, some of them became to feel under the control of this House of Fulani group, and they wanted to divide the country at all. But during the bloody war, it was it didn't happen. And now it still can be a big problem. It is not that big now as it was earlier because a lot of attempts are being taken to deal with it. But surely it is not still enough because, as I said, I've researched some projects that are taken by the a modern government, and they do only some small steps in the direction of a control of this sphere that causes so many troubles. It causes troubles even on the smallest levels when it is not it is not very safe, and a lot of oil in Nigeria is like on the ground. It changes people's lives. They breathe with this air that is polluted by the oil, and they start to fight because of that. And yes, I think that is still a danger that should be a big that a huge amount of work should be done in this area.
Okay, great. Many thanks for the clarification. Dear colleagues, do you have any other questions? Yeah, please welcome.
So, yeah, thank you very much for your fruitful work on this topic. And I also would like to know, can you please enlighten us on, well, interconnections of Nigeria with other African countries or maybe with bigger partners out of Africa, for example, European Union, who are partners and opponents if we speak in terms of oil for Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, if we are talking about the partners and some controversial actors in oil sphere, of course, Nigeria is, as I remember, in the first 10 countries in her oil resources, and all the countries that sell oil, they are her concurrents. But in economic sphere, they in Africa, for example, South African Republic, of course, is the first economic of Africa today, but for a little time, Nigeria managed to take this place when the oil prices were very high. So they have some economic confrontation maybe, but it doesn't seem to somehow make the relations worse. In other ways, Nigeria was one of the African countries that wanted to make some economical unions to increase African economical influence on the world, but it seemed to be ineffective because the huge amount of Nigerian economics is only oil and gas, and these unions were supposed to be based on some agricultural basis. Yeah, and in another world, Nigeria has connections with different actors. It has connections with Russia and with America, with Europe. It doesn't seem to have some side As a lot of countries today, it tries to manage to achieve her interests floating through different countries and trying to find the best that she could get.
So thank you. And if you allow, I will also ask you one more question. Well, actually, you did touch it already in your answer, but to be honest, I represent the yesterday's section um, of our conference, and we talked about integration processes mainly in Africa. That's why I would like to ask you. Concerning all the things you said about Nigeria's position both in economics and in politics, and including the part of well, all the things you mentioned in your answer to my previous question, can we conclude that Nigeria's well, it's not apt to join some integrational processes in Africa, so it's tries to stand out a bit because of its role in economy.
No, actually, I wouldn't say so because I've read a lot of plans and programs that were supposed to exactly integrate African countries, but the problem was they had a little common interest as I think, and it was hard to build something without the common goal. And I don't think that it tries to stand out. It would be fruitful for the country to gain some, I don't know, some connections that maybe aren't, that don't exist today, but it is all in the development today because Nigeria isn't the only country in Africa that has so much problems, and it is hard for them to work inside themselves. So it is even harder to work with each other when they have so many problems.
Oh, thank you for your answer.
Thank you for your question.
I have a question. So
Sure, welcome.
can I ask you one?
Of course.
So Nigeria is one of the developing countries where we get challenge federalism. So Brazil and Nigeria are among those 27 federalist countries where federalism is tend to be the main governing body. So, are there any peculiarities of federalism in developing countries? So, did you study this topic?
Well, the peculiarities. Thank you very much for your question. I think there are a lot of things in common in developing countries, as it was touched in our discussion earlier. The problem of the differences between the old federalism, as I think, and the new developing federalism that mostly touches developing countries today. And well, I didn't make a research in this area, so I don't think that my answer would be very important. I don't know, but I think there are some common things and some differences, and we can find some peculiarities, but I really now I'm not ready to give you some.
That's an interesting direction to
Yes.
to make a study. So, if we compare developing countries federalism and developed countries federalism.
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, dear colleagues, many thanks. Other comments? Would you like to provide us with the other ideas and comments? Well, if not, if you don't mind, we will move on to our next. I invite you to speak. Vladimir is an undergraduate student at the International Law Faculty of the MGIMO University. The topic is Comparative Legal Analysis of Local Self-Governance in the Russian Federation and the United States of America on the example of the Moscow region and the state of Texas. Well, you're welcome.
Yes. So I of the conference for providing us with this place. So without further ado, I'll begin with my report. So federalism is defined by several important criteria that are analyzed in the field of public powers organization. And one of the key aspects in terms of such an analysis is the division of power between several levels of government, because different federations have different approaches to the problems of federal, regional, and local levels. And it generally affects the entire system of governance in these countries. As mentioned, one of the levels of governments in federation is the local level. And when studying the issue of power in municipalities as a part of comparative law, sometimes regional peculiarities might be ignored, and this approach cannot always be justified, as in federations, features that are unique for specific regions of the country can be met. So these peculiarities must be considered in comparative legal analysis. And this is the reason why studying of local governments in such federations as the Russian Federation and the United States of America on the example of their regions is a relevant issue. So this approach allows us to learn about the structure of local governments on more precise examples. And in terms of this research, the Moscow region in the Russian Federation and the state of Texas in the United States of America are considered as analyzed regions. So the first level we should analyze is the federal level in both countries, and the fundamental principles, I'll begin with Russia. So the fundamental principles of local government in Russia are enshrined in Chapter 8 of the Constitution of the Russian Federation. And it states, firstly, the possibility of addressing local issues independently by the population, and secondly, powers of local government, such as municipal property management, formation approval, and execution of the local budget, implementation of local taxes, and other local issues. Moreover, the legal rule that regulates the status of local governments in Russia is embodied in Article 12 of the Constitution of the Russian Federation, which says that, quote, the bodies of local self-government shall not be part of the system of bodies of state authority. Meanwhile, the constitutional reform of 2020 had introduced the term United System of Public Power, to which, according to Article 132 of the Constitution of the Russian Federation, local governments were included. Furthermore, in 2021, the law on general principles of public powers organization in the Russian Federation's regions was introduced. And Article 1 of this law once again confirms the inclusion of local governments into the united system of public power. The law also touches upon the powers of local governments. For instance, Article 52 confirms the existence of Chapter 4 of the Federal Law on General Principles of Local Governments Organization in the Russian Federation. And it says that that regions of the Russian Federation can provide local governments with individual state powers. And also, the law on general principles of local governments in organization in the Russian Federation that I mentioned before is in force, and it regulates different powers of local governments. For example, Article 17 of the federal law regulates the powers of local governments bodies in terms of solving local problems, including setting the official symbols of the municipalities, water supply, water disposal provision, powers of heating, strategic planning, and other powers enshrined in the federal law and municipal charters. The federal law also establishes the structure of local governments bodies, which includes a representative body, the head of the municipal local government, the local administration, the control and accountancy body, and other bodies. And an interesting feature of local governments in the Russian Federation is noted in Article 37 of this law. For instance, the head of the local administration can be either the head of the municipality or a person who is specially appointed on a competitive basis contract, and such a person is called a city manager. But when it comes to the United States of America, we can say that the Constitution of the United States of America does not enshrine the principles of local governments, but it has, however, the 10th Amendment that gives to the states all the powers that are not given to the federal government. It is also important to mention the case of McCulloch versus Maryland of 1819 that had set the doctrine of implied powers mean that the federal government has right to execute powers that are not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution, but are legitimate and are within the scope of the Constitution. This precedent doesn't touch upon local government specifically, and the only federal law in the United States that regulates local governments in any form is the District of Columbia Home Rule Act of 1973 that provides the capital with a wider autonomy. So therefore, issues of organization of local governments system are solved by the states themselves, and the legislation of the state specifically regulates all the key matters. So as the regulation of local governments on a federal level in both countries was described above, I'll begin with my analysis of regions, and I'll start with the Moscow region in the Russian Federation. So local governments in Moscow region are regulated by Chapter 9 of the Charter of the Moscow region and by a number of legislative acts of the region. For example, there are several laws of the Moscow region that are called on providing the bodies of municipal local governments of the Moscow region with individual state powers of the Moscow region. The Charter particularly recognizes and grants local government, defines the territorial organization of local governments, and regulates local government's activity as a part of a united system of public power. However, the issues of local government's bodies, formation, their structure and powers are regulated not by regional laws, but by the federal laws that I've already mentioned. The charters of cities usually repeat the powers that are given to the local governments by federal laws, including setting the official symbols of the municipality, powers of heat and water supply and water disposal provision, strategic planning, and etc. And according to the federal law, cities in Moscow region can have city managers, but when it comes to implementation, there are no cities in Moscow region with such a system. And there are also no mayors that are elected directly, as most of them are appointed by the Council of Deputies, and it works the same way, for example, in cities of Krasnogorsk, Mytishi, and Chekhov. So now let's talk about local governments in the state of Texas, and they are regulated primarily by Article 11 of the Constitution of Texas, and specifically by Sections 4 and 5 of this article. It is stated there that cities with a population of less than 5,000 inhabitants have only the powers that are granted to them by general law, whereas cities with a population of more than 5,000 inhabitants may adopt their own charters. Said cities choose their own form of organization, usually based on 3 forms of local government. One of them is called mayor council, the second one is council manager, and the third one is commission system. So there are 2 types of mayor council system: the weak mayor system, in which the mayor is elected from among the members of the council and has limited powers, and the strong mayor system, in which the mayor is elected directly and has full executive power in the city. The weak mayor system is present in the state of Texas, for example, in the city of White Oak, and the strong mayor system in the city of Houston. The council manager system is distinguished by the presence of a city manager whose powers can be compared to the powers of a chief executive or officer in a corporation. So the council manager system operates, for example, in the state capital of Texas, the city of Austin. But the commission system initially originated in Texas, in the city of Galveston, and consisted of 1 commissioner appointed by the governor and 2 other commissioners elected by the people of the state, of the city, and they had all the executive and legislative powers in the city. This system is rarely applied in cities now, but is applied in all the 254 counties of Texas. And all of them have so-called county commissioners' courts that operate similarly to the weak mayor system in cities. So county commissioners' courts in Texas consist of 1 judge and 4 commissioners, and all of them are elected by the constituents of those specific counties. The powers of municipalities vary depending on states and cities, but there is a general list of powers that are held by the local governments, which include, for example, the organization of police, fire services, and utilities. It can be concluded to some extent that American municipalities have wider powers than those of the Russian ones because, for example, the police are under the federal authority in the Russian Federation. So as a result of this research, it can be concluded that there are a number of similarities and differences between local governments in the Russian Federation and the United States of America on the example of Moscow region and the state of Texas. For instance, the similarity is seen in the possibility of organizing governments both through the mayor council system and the council manager system. And it is also seen in some shared powers, for example, in terms of utilities. But when it comes to the differences, though, they're noticeable in such areas as law enforcement powers and constitutional enshrinement of local governments. For example, as local self-government in Moscow region is regulated and granted by the Constitution of the Russian Federation, by the Charter of the Moscow region, by federal legislation and by regional legislation. Local governments in the state of Texas are determined solely by the state legislation. So thank you for your attention.
Many thanks for your report, Vladimir. It's unusual question that you have raised. Dear colleagues, maybe you have some questions or even comments. Dear experts, you're also welcome to give some comments. Well, yeah, welcome.
So thank you very much for your very interesting report. It's quite a peculiar question that you raised. And can you please inform us what inspired you to compare taxes in Moscow region? Why such subjects to choose?
Well, first of all, thank you for your question. And answering your question, I can say that I decided to choose Moscow region because this is the region where I currently live. So I wanted to be more familiar with the system that works in my region where I live. As for the state of Texas, I think the reason I chose the state is because it is one of the most known states in the United States of America. And it is known because of the pop culture, about movies about Wild West, for example. It is known because of the news. As, for example, there is now SpaceX office that Elon Musk brought to this state specifically. And also, I think that among all the American states, the state of Texas appeals more to me. Just so. That's, I mean,
Yeah, sure, welcome.
Мне тот же вопрос, Пафик. No, personally, it seems to me that the choice of Moscow region is not the best example to compare with Texas. Firstly, there is a large urban agglomeration here, and which isn't not case with Texas. Secondly, in structure of local self-government in the Moscow region is out the general order of governance. In particular, it is expressed in the absence of the settlement level of the local self-government. And in Texas, this level, I think there is. Thus, it seems to me that it would be more rational to compare Texas with some other constituent member of Russian Federation with their rural population and therefore with the settlement level of self-government. For example, with Krasnodarский край or Voronezh Oblast, Voronezh region. And if you want to compare your homeland, your Moscow region, with some American state, I think it will be state New York, for example, in basic social and political and economic characteristics.
Well, thank you for your comment and question, but actually I tend more to disagree in this case because I think that in my research I analyzed more the structure of these specific local governments. Of course, we all understand that that there are different socioeconomic, regional, and many other conditions in Moscow region, as like the region that is close to the capital city, and the state of Texas, which has huge territory, which is quite different from what we experience here. But in general, I think that the main goal of my research was the analysis of the structure of self-governance, of learning how they operate actually. And I think that it was interesting for me in this analysis to take a look at the system of, for example, the council manager system that is not that widely used in Russia, because during my research, I tried to find some information that maybe the system is often used in some other regions, but unfortunately, I couldn't find that much information about it, even though I know that there are some, and I saw the statistics that there are some cities that used it, but I haven't found that much information on the topic. So in general, once again, I was just more focused on the structure of the local governments, but I understand your concerns and thank you for your question.
May I join this discussion? And in your opinion, so we decided that it's more wise to analyze and to compare Moscow and New York, and what is more fruitful and interesting to compare Texas with?
Краснодарский край or Воронеж область.
Okay. Yes.
It's agriculture region with high level of settlement population and with settlement level of self-government, local self-government. That's my point.
So thank you. And thank you very much for your original approach. Anyway, it brought some new, fresh stream to our discussion. So it was, yes. So it was quite interesting. Thank you.
Well, great, dear colleagues. Many thanks for your riveting discussion. Maybe experts, I have some questions or even comments. Yeah, actually, I totally agree with my colleagues that your topic was an unusual one, and even mind-boggling ideas that you have shared with us. Many things. Dear colleagues, maybe you have some questions or even comments. Please feel free to share.
I had one question, so I agree totally with my colleagues that spoke on this topic before. So thank you very much. Quite an interesting comparison of Moscow region with Texas, and we should know that Texas is it holds like the 8th place in the world economy. So it leads before Russia. So its economy is like $2.6 trillion. Yeah, $2.6 trillion. And it's much more than Russian economy, South Korean economy, Italian economy. And so if we compare such economical, giants, so I think it would be interesting. So how can we compare Moscow region with such a giant? And Texas has a very diversified multi-sectoral economy. So it's not only carbohydrates. Like in Russia we have such unilateral regions as Yamal-Nenetsky, with the natural gas, or Khanty-Mansiyski region with natural gas. So Texas is much more than most of the countries in the world. So quite an interesting approach, really. I had a question about this. So if we speak about law enforcement bodies, how can we compare their interaction with the governments in Moscow region and in Texas? Because these bodies, these administrative bodies, they protect the law, finally. Okay, so that was my question. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your question, for your comment. Once again, as you've mentioned, the economic question, also as previous speakers, I would say, I believe that actually in this case, it was more important to learn about the structure and not about the specific socioeconomic regional differences. And answering your question about law enforcement bodies, for example, as I've mentioned it in my report, the police is, for example, under the authority of local governments in the United States. In, well, Texas, for example, that's what I found. And in Russia, as far as I'm concerned, the police is under the federal authority. So I think that, I don't know whether it's a better or a worse approach. I just think those are two different approaches in general. As we can all discuss which, we had a heated discussion of which federalist model is better or worse, but I think any federalist model of federalism is specific for one specific country, and each country has their own sets of, well, socioeconomic conditions, of their own culture, of their own political climate. So in general, once again, I think the fact that law enforcement in American municipalities in Texas and law enforcement in Russian municipalities in Moscow region, those are two different systems, and I can't say one is better and one is worse. So I hope I answered your question.
Well, great. Dear colleagues, maybe any other comments or even dear experts? Okay. So, I wish it is high time we unfortunately called today. Okay, so dear experts, I would like to ask you for even a couple of words. I would like to ask your feedback after our fruitful work. Elena, I would like to invite you to speak. Elena Nikolaevna.
There is no Elena.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so Vadim, I suppose that you are ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Dear colleagues, I thank you from all of my bottom of my heart for your excellent presentations and interesting discussion. I thank organizers, experts, and especially our moderator today, Zlata Egorova. Our today's session provide that both the choice of topics and their discussion are not only possible within the Russian scientific discourse, but also at the international level. I hope that the future will be even bigger and better. Good luck for all of us. Thank you.
Well, great, dear colleagues. Many thanks for participation in today's session. I wish we proceeded sharing our knowledge and didn't call today. I highly appreciate your attendance at our conference. Actually, today's session has demonstrated what cases deserve special attention and which ones are on the knife edge. And I would rather we got rid of any biased ideas and being still unbiased while making our studies. This is certain to be the main goal for our next meetings, for our next conferences. I know for sure that there are still plethora of issues in comparative federalism to study, and it is our conference that is always open for your brilliant and even mind-boggling ideas. Thank you very much for all contributions, for all your attention and discussion. I hope to meet you all soon. So many thanks.
А теперь, переходя с буржуйского на славянский, скажу просто уже в качестве дополнения. У нас заканчивается первая неделя работы конференции. Мы работали со вторника, исходя из того, что День народного единства был нерабочим днем. Прошло 4 секции. Открытие, история, теория. Вчера были проблемы региональных интеграций вот с Марией. Сегодня здесь сравнительный федерализм на английском. 2 дня у нас перерыва в работе для того, чтобы организаторы пришли в себя. И со следующей недели я обращаюсь к присутствующим коллегам и к тем, кто будет это смотреть, и кто нас, вот эти 2 замечательных человека, которые нас сейчас смотрят. На следующей неделе, да, с понедельника конференция работает на площадке МГУ имени Кутафина. В понедельник состоится секция, посвященная фискальному федерализму и пространственному развитию. Во вторник, 12 ноября, это будет также на площадке МГУ секция, посвященная федерализму в законодательстве и практике. 13 ноября на площадке Института научной информации по общественным наукам ЮНИОН-РАН состоится большая секция по федерализму и гражданскому обществу. 14 ноября мы переезжаем в Петербург. И в очном формате 14 ноября у нас большая секция по федерализму и местному самоуправлению в России. И 15 ноября, в следующую пятницу, ровно через неделю, финальная дискуссия и закрытие конференции в СПбГУ также Вот, поэтому, коллеги, пожалуйста, если кто-то также хочет попасть в СПбГУ лично, уже в МГИА не попасть, если вы об этом дополнительно не писали, но в СПбГУ пока еще возможно попасть, поэтому можно написать мне. Все ссылки, если что, на подключение у вас должны быть, если вы зарегистрировались. Если нет, напишите, скажите, тоже вам все пришлю. И у вас будет возможность подключиться к интересующей вас секции в любой момент. Вот, поэтому конференция только разгорелась. У нас только половина прошла. Вторая половина впереди. Успехов нам!